So he was thinking why the seawater looks like a blue. And after that, the famous scattering phenomena has been given by him, which not only give the Nobel Prize to the science community, but also it is one of the most important tool for the material characterization in nowadays. This is probably the only technique which give you the dual mode of the stretching or the vibration of your materials, longitudinal as well as the horizontal. And based upon that, you can understand the material in a such extent that the material can be tuned. So not only the materials, it is also one of the very useful tool for the biology people, where they are looking of the SPR phenomena, surface plasma resonance phenomena, and based upon that, they are looking for the other aspect of the system. So that what basically the Raman spectroscopy is. And I think by such a discovery, even when there was a lack of facility in India, lack of facility in his lab, but the mind concept is basically come in terms of the Nobel Prize of your this science in terms of the later known as the Raman effect. So with this, now I welcome all of you. And I request to invite the speaker without delay. Already we are almost half an hour delay. So we can start the session now.
Very truly said, sir. Now, we start the program with the lecture of our first distinguished speaker, Professor Deepankar Bandyopadhyay. Professor Deepankar is a professor in the Department of Chemical Engineering and head for Center for Nanotechnology at IIT Guwahati. He has also served as visiting faculty at Yeongnam University at South Korea under WCU program and KTH Sweden under Erasmus Mundus program. His main research area encompass microrobotics, MEMS theranostics, microreology, computational fluid dynamics, etc. He has authored almost 110 research publications in international journals and has filed 17 Indian and 7 international patents so far. He is also one of the PIs of the upcoming Center for Excellence on Research and Development of Nanoelectronic Theranostic Devices at IIT Guwahati. He is the recipient of very prestigious C.V. Seshadri Distinguished Lecturer Award at IIT Kanpur in 2020 and NCL's Professor K. Venkatraman ChemCon Award in ChemCon 2016. He and his group at Indian Institute of Technology, Guwahati, is the recipient of Gandhian Young Technology Award 2016 and 2019, Birag Shrishti Appreciation Award in 2017. He is a nominated member of American Chemical Society, Royal Society of Chemistry, and Indian Institute of Chemical Engineers. With this introduction, I request Professor Bandyopadhyay to deliver his talk. The title of the talk is Precision Healthcare. Sir, now the stage is all yours.
Thank you so much for the kind introduction. Am I audible to all of you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just wish to share my screen. So can you please enable my screen sharing?
Just a minute.
Yeah, now it is. I'm just sharing my screen. It is now activated. So hopefully my presentation is visible to all of you. Please confirm that my slide is visible in the full screen mode.
Yes, it is visible.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much to Amity University, especially Professor Sinha and his entire team, Sandeep, Madam. Thank you so much for the kind introduction. For me, National Science Day is a day for celebration, and we do different types of celebrations like Holi, like Diwali. So this is the celebration of science. And who else other than C.V. Raman, who is the epitome of not only a rigor, courage, but also one of the a very, very inspiring role models of creativity. So as Professor Sinha was explaining that, how Raman effect has impacted, the different spheres of materials characterization, including like, the chemistries associated with the elements in the periodic table, to kind of different types of complex materials. It has huge impact in terms of modern life, in terms of like, creating surveillance, and then, development of new technologies, new materials, right? So when Sandeep approached me that, what you need to, you are invited to talk to Amity University for the National Science Day. So I thought to choose a topic which is the most relevant. And, this particular topic is directed towards the vision of Sir C.V. Raman towards building of a nation which is more towards scientifically solid and develops technologies around the solid foundation of the science, right? So I'm going to, rather than like, making it a kind of a very science-heavy presentation, I'm going to touch upon some of the very, very important points associated with the vision of the topic called precision healthcare. I'm pretty much sure, like, you have heard about, like, high precision diagnostics, high precision technologies like mobile phones, right? Precision medicine, you have heard about, right? But then, this is a very, very new nomenclature which over a period of time, and hopefully another 20 slides I'll be able to really get some of the percentage of what exactly is meant by the precision healthcare. Okay, so while preparing the slides, I came across this information that if you look at the health ecosystems, especially like, if I look at what are the top 10 medical colleges and hospitals across the globe, you will find 9 of them is from US and only 1 from Europe. And the image that is shown here, it's called Karolinska Hospital. It's in Sweden. Okay. And this particular hospital has featured for the second time in this list of top 10. Right. So just to remind you, Sweden is a very similar country like India, not in terms of the population, but in terms of its economics. Pre-World War, it was a very poor country. The downfall of Germany led to the upsurge of all these Scandinavian countries, Norway, Sweden, Finland, especially due to oil reserves, and at the same time, their focus on the technology. Korea and Sweden are 2 examples where you will find in 1900s, they have leapfrogged many of the countries. The only issue here is that you will see that these countries were initially in the domain of very similar to like, what Indians are doing for last 500 years. But then, suddenly there was a shift. There is a leapfrogging associated with the development and, progression of the technologies, which led to this sort of achievements, right? If I really go through this entire Karolinska space in terms of like, what is this hospital? What are the different details? You will find this a very simple 1300 bed hospital, but then its footprint is towards about 1.5 lakh patients, per year. And it happens only because of the specific use of the modern technologies related to artificial intelligence, digital imaging, robotics, okay, electronic functionalities, right? So if you look at all these hospitals, this is what you will find, like, these are all data-driven hospitals. What do you mean by data-driven hospitals? It has sensors to detect at high precision. It has the mechanism to collect. It has the mechanism to filter the data, to convert a data mesh into a data lake. And then usage of this data lake, there is a huge storage repository, and then there is ultra fast networking, so that they can pull data specific to the patient, specific to the diseases, in a very short span of time, and then they provide healthcare based on that. Okay, So this is the overall global picture. And on a National Science Day, all of us may really take a look at it, so that we can really set next 20 years goal. That question is that can we really deliver one such healthcare ecosystem, or say suppose multiple such, to solve the healthcare problem of the country, right? So this particular talk is directed towards this end, and I'm just going to give you the glimpses of some of the achievements at IIT Guwahati that we could achieve, some of the components that we could develop at IIT Guwahati in order to really cater to the needs of this long-term vision. Overall, if you look at the global healthcare scenario, it can be divided into 4 different types. One is called primary care, right? In this situation, in this particular segment, you take care of 80% of the diseases. 75 to 80% of the diseases are addressed at the level of primary care, like say simple fever, some sort of body ache, right? Some dental, some eye care, like, specs, right? Then you go to the secondary care, where you need some sort of medical attention, like wound, like say suppose somebody requires some small intervention like abscess. So this is the secondary care. Now comes the community health, where you do kind of health visiting, district nursing, child health services, sexual health services, and all these things. And then finally comes to the tertiary care, where you do all sorts of transplant, neurosurgery, plastic surgery. So overall, if I divide all private and government systems, there are 4 segments: primary care, secondary care, community health, and tertiary care. This is the way the healthcare has been divided into 4 parts. Okay, and this is true for any private and government agency, and this is true for the global scenario. If we look at our Indian ecosystem, you have Ministry of Health and Medical Education. Okay, then you have universities of medical sciences. Then you have district health centers, primary health center network, rural health centers, and rural health houses. This is the total Indian ecosystem, right? So these tertiaries are connected to the block level primary health centers, and then these are all connected to the subsidiary health centers and primary health centers, who are connected to a set of ASHA workers. So most of you know that this is the Indian ecosystem. And most of us have been to tertiary care hospitals. Most of us have been to secondary care hospitals. And then you can imagine, in Europe and US, whatever is there in this, top 10 hospitals, that is the gap we may need to bridge, or maybe, even more advancements need to be done, because next 20 years, these hospitals also improve to the next generation of technology. So if we are really trying to set up a healthcare ecosystem in our country, we really need to first not only bridge the gap, but also we need to really innovate very fast in order to cater the needs. Say suppose 2035, 2040, if we are delivering healthcare, which is equivalent to all the developed countries across the globe. So we really need to bridge this particular gap, and then simultaneously we need to do advancements in the technologies, and then we can really rip apart this tag of developing country, not only from us but from the future generation. So that is the vision that we are sitting with. Okay, so essentially what happens, what is the data flow process? The health workers, they collect the data, put in the subcenter, that comes to the primary health center, then this goes to the community health center before coming to the district hospitals and secondary and tertiary care units. Okay, this is the way the data flow takes place. And if I give you the recent topography, it's a little bit dated, but then this is about very recent, that each district hospital have about 25 lakh population footprint in the area. Okay, and typically a tertiary hospital treats about 7 lakh population. Okay, in that secondary is about 18 lakh and primary level is about 25 lakh, right? So this is how we typically manage. You can look at this particular matrix. Okay, in the healthcare scenario of India. So overall, this is distributed across the country. numerous hospitals, numerous medical colleges, numerous primary health tech centers, as well as subsidiary health centers through which we are catering the needs. However, you can understand that this is very little as compared to the ecosystem that we have just discussed in the second slide. And then what needs to be done in order to really modernize this system. And there lies the opportunities as a scientist, as a technologist of the country. I'm running a video here, just to give you an idea about how exactly a subsidiary health centers looks like in India. So this is a very recently established subsidiary health center in Bardhaman that we have. Okay, so you can see it's Binpur, right? So these are the cycles that are used by the community health workers. Okay, this is the way people enter. These are the chairs. Okay, these are the places where, typically most of the primary interventions related to malaria, dengue, anemia, diabetes, and all these things, they are taken care of. So you can understand, we are trying to modernize under the Center for Excellence of ICMR, IIT Guwahati, where we are trying to put up some frugal diagnostic devices. But definitely our country, deserves better healthcare. Definitely the people who are coming in this place deserves better healthcare services from our side, and that's where you can understand the scope lies, right? So how slowly we modernize this particular system in order to make sure that they go into the next level. This is where the young people who are sitting in the audience today, I just wish to share with you that the emerging model is to have a kind of connected system. Okay, we need to develop facilities which are connected in nature. Connected means what? It is not only connected to the peripheral PHCs and SHCs, it is not only connected to the district hospital setups, but it is also connected to the global center for excellences. What this particular vision is going to do, it is going to bring in the online resources 24/7, starting from this place, to the peripheral hospitals, and connecting them to the global center for excellences, right? And then this will also help in collaboration and capacity creation. And this ecosystem is very much fluid in terms of the development of the experts, the skilled population in the engineers, doctors, health workers, nurses, so on and so forth, right? Now, if this particular system is to be made successful, what are the requirements? How exactly, we really look into that. So you will see that in this, there are 7-8 aspects that come very clearly. Number one is that you need to develop a very robust and smart ICT system for the data collection, storage, analysis, security. Okay, connectivity has to be very high bandwidth. This is the basis for delivery of evidence-based precision healthcare. What do I mean by evidence-based? When I give you a medicine, when I really give you a treatment, it should be based on certain data. Right now, it is happening based on certain concepts, certain types of treatment procedures, which is more experience-based. It's a person-specific. Can we really standardize the whole process, right? So this is the major pillar of the whole innovation that needs to be done. And around that, you see the lot of opportunities. Like, say, suppose a subsidiary health center need to be energetically self-sufficient, and it should not be using non-renewable resources. So portable energy harvesters based on hydrogen, sodium, lithium battery, photovoltaics, right, with low cost and high power density will be something like this, which is already there in market in Japan. They can really run a kind of a district hospital or a secondary care unit. A few of those units can really run those sort of systems. So we really need to look into innovations around this sort of technologies. Smart 3D printed houses, so that we can quickly, to build a particular hospital, it takes about 5-6 years. So when are you going to really cater the needs? So going for proper CAD modules, then coming up with the 3D printed modular setups, which can really cater the necessities tomorrow, not after 5 years. So you need to really put up center for excellences like the medical colleges, like IIMs like IITs in order to get the highly skilled, human resources. Okay. And then, you need to put up sensors, an array of sensors in order to get the right data with right accuracy. One very important point I will touch upon is the precision medicine. There are 2 slides as we progress. Importantly, you need administration, because health is one area where the regulatory network and compliances are very, very important, and so law and order need to be enforced. The rules of the land need to be enforced in a very strict manner, and there are also the ICT platforms, they come in a big way. And final thing where you can see the scope is there, that biological waste and its management. So if I really look at the opportunities, these are all problems that we are sitting with. But then all these problems, they open up beautiful opportunities, for the new and budding young engineers, those who are, many times I hear from people like, sir, what is the career? How exactly I foresee my career, from this as an engineer, as a scientist. So this is the career that is lying down, just pick and choose one of the items which you feel like, you want to deliver. And maybe you work hard for next 20 years with your ears, eyes, and mind open, with a lot of, gift of intelligence that you are born with. And then hopefully you will be able to deliver, precision healthcare, which is a composite of all these aspects. So before really go to the precision diagnostics, okay, I just like to define what is precision medicine, right? This is the next generation of medicine. Essentially, if you look at the previous slide, in next few slides, I'm just going to touch upon, I'm not touching everything. I'm going to touch upon 3 points. One is the precision medicine, then the frugal diagnostics, and I combine these 2 in order to provide the evidence-based precision healthcare. How to define the evidence-based precision healthcare, okay? So what is a precision medicine? Today, if I go to a kind of a doctor or a kind of any type of a medical practitioner or to a kind of a health center, these are all the diagnosis, and at the same time, the medicines are all given in a traditional way, okay? Even the modern allopathy, you can really call it as a kind of a traditional medicine, because the radiations that I receive from X-ray, that is not really measured. The drugs that I receive, antibiotics, paracetamols, anti-allergics, they are all more than what I require. Like, the way the surgery and things have been performed, they are all, we are basically overdoing than what we require. The new trend that is emerging, that you have to really look at, say, suppose today you can see the X-rays that are available with very low radiation, thanks to the pandemic, where the awareness has been created that you just cannot do 10 X-rays, 20 X-rays a year, in order to really look at what is the lung health, because that will lead to fatality. You are fixing the lung problem, but the exposure of X-ray 10 times, 20 times a year, that will lead to other problems related to cancer and other diseases, chronic diseases, right? So how exactly you take the same quality of image with a lesser amount of radiation? This is one of the major invention points in terms of the X-ray imaging. Similarly, one very important area that is coming is called precision medicine, where the dosage of your medicine will be done based on your gene sequencing. The next slide, I'm going to explain you what is that. But then you already know there are immunotherapeutic drugs available. These are all used for cancer therapy. How is it done? That, looking at the tumor, you identify the antigen, and based on the antigen, you develop the antibody, and that antibody, you deliver as a medicine. Right? So this is the next generation. Immunotherapeutic drugs are today very costly. There are libraries, huge libraries available, where looking at a kind of aggressive type of cancer, the antibodies can be generated and immunotherapeutic drug can be given. And many of you, I know MIT is very good in targeted drug delivery. Many of you are working on drug design, antibiotic resistance, epidemiology. So, different types of chemical molecules can be synthesized to really mitigate some of the specific problems related to the drug design and its delivery. So this is where the entire medicine and healthcare is shifting. Doctors' wisdom, doctors' time, and then based on that, the medicines that are prescribed by the medical representatives, these are old models. This entire precision medicine will be data-driven. Okay, so what is this? This pool of patients are going to have their data recorded. I'm going to show you one quick video to give you the example, like how is it done. The genomic data will be recorded. Moment I have a tissue from your body, I will be able to really get the genomic data. Then I'm going to look at the clinical data. I'm going to very quickly show you how exactly this clinical data can be developed with the help of the nanotechnology based nanobiosensors, highly accurate nanobiosensors. And then all the cost associated with this will be covered by health insurance. If these four comes to a physician, the person will be able to really develop treatment plans for patient A, patient B, patient C. And you know that this is not possible at the personal level. That's why it is not done. A doctor really cannot do that. This all treatment plans will be created by the software. So the doctor will be essentially the champion in that software who will be really looking at the data, will be looking at the data analysis, again developed by different software platforms, and from there they are going to develop the treatment plans, which is a huge, it's a paradigm shift in terms of the procedural variation, and that is what is the basic definition of precision medicine, and that is what is coming on the way. Another 15 years the treatments will be done in this manner. So I just run another video, and hopefully this will be able to tell you how exactly today, say if a sample is given to you, if a sample of a serum is taken, how exactly it is done. This is a semi-auto analyzer. There is another instrument called auto analyzer. So what it is done, you first take the sample. This is a total about 18 steps you will see that will run. That you first calibrate it with some standard reagents, right? And then what you do after those calibrations, what you do, you put the serum samples, okay, and after you do those serum samples, then you incubate, you mix and incubate, and these two samples, what you do, you test with the calibration and then without calibration. First you with the control and then with the real sample, and from the comparison, what you do, you get the number. This is how total protein, albumin, creatinine, hemoglobin, any of these biomarkers, any of these biochemistry analyzers, that is done in a subsidiary center. Okay. Now, what we have done, we are trying to modernize this particular system. This is the semi-auto analyzer. This is the state of art. This particular video is taken about 2 months back in a subsidiary health center, right? This is how they in a primary health center. This is how they do the analysis when a blood serum sample is taken. So how exactly you use microfluidics nanobiosensors to really revolutionize this system? So this particular device, now what we will show, this is a 18-step process. We'll show a device. This has been developed at IIT Guwahati. This is, we are calling as a Mobilab. It's a trademark now. It's a small box, okay? And this particular box is, let me just stop the video once. This particular box is connected to a mobile phone. Every activity related to the management on operation of the device is done through the mobile phone. Only the sensor is integrated there, and this particular cord you can see connected to this is transferring the data associated with the sample, right? So I'll just show you how is it done. So initially, you are putting the control, and then you are getting the instrument started. This is nothing but a very simple portable UV visible spectrophotometer. Okay, this is the house you are putting in, and you have a detector and LED. Essentially, you are first getting the control, and then you are mixing the serum. This is a mixer. You are putting it back, and in 15 minutes time, what is the albumin that is there inside. Okay, so the take-home message is there that one of the major killers in the world is the non-communicable diseases, right? All the diseases can be divided into two major components. One is a communicable, the other is non-communicable. COVID showed us what exactly calamity that can be created by the communicable diseases. But if you look at the chronic kidney, if you really look at the global population of the chronic kidney disease, pancreatic disease, liver disease, pulmonary disease, these are the typical numbers. And you know that these are the numbers that are coming from where you can do the measurements. In populous countries like Brazil, India, Africa, many of the places you do not have adequate diagnostic facilities even, right? So in that situation, these numbers are even higher. And these are all like, all these diseases are nothing but, say, suppose if somebody has a chronic kidney disease, suppose somebody has a diabetes, suppose somebody has a thyroid, one needs to do what? One needs to really do, it's a health management rather than a kind of, it's a kind of disease treatment. It is not one-time treatment. One need to do multiple times those treatments, right? So this is the proposition that you just saw the video. So this is the device. This is a mobile-enabled device. Okay, it's a portable one. One very important thing that needs a huge revolutionization in India is this use of vernacular language. Most of the devices that we have that are not really effective in the rural areas because they are all in English, they're all imported items. So this is one area where you really need to be very careful that you develop technologies which are not only make in India but also make in Indian languages. Okay. Again, I have mentioned about the batteries and all, because to run this sort of devices in the rural areas, you really don't need to set up a thermal power plant, but you have adequate solar energy, you have adequate sources of sodium, you have adequate sources of water so that you can have hydrogen. And then from there, you develop technologies which are battery powered. And then that chemistry, it's all biochemistry requires proper incubation in terms of, developing an immunosensor, developing a colorimetric sensor, or developing an enzymatic sensors, so on and so forth, right? So this is the typical landscape advantage. I'll just speed up because of the a lack of time. So these are semi-auto analyzers, auto analyzers. Compared to that, Mobilab is a kind of modern device which is of 200 grams, 10,000 rupees cost. Okay, and it has a very less reagent utilization, right? And then it can be used for, these are the array of the biochemistry analyzers that we are trying. So albumin, total protein, ALP, ALT, AST, you can see these are all liver markers, creatinine, urea, uric acid. Okay, these are all related to the kidney markers. Then you have T3, T4, TSH, thyroid. We are essentially trying 5 such things. One is liver, one is kidney, one is pancreas, okay, one is thyroid, and one is heart. So total 20 markers. These are all field trials ongoing. I have just kept some of the datas. There are total 5 hospitals across the country where we are doing huge amount of, for each marker we are trying to prepare a set of 500 data points, and that we have already submitted to CDSCO. We already have ISO 13485 certification. Idea is that you have high precision, low cost sensor, which is leading to a low cost frugal device, at the rural areas, providing evidence-based, data-based healthcare delivery. Okay. So what is the model? This is the mobile phone. This is the device. You put a serum, you get the data. This data go to the digital health clinic, and this digital health clinic, converts the data mesh into data lake to go to the physician. Doctor converts this into treatment therapy, which is related to the precision medicine, and then you deliver it to the patient for the wellness. Okay, and this entire ecosystem we call as a kind of precision healthcare, right? So we have also, in collaboration with one of the software partners, we have also developed a software platform. This is where, a paramedical health worker is taking the data of a patient, okay, and they are recording the data into a software. They are measuring, using glucometer, using these Mobilab devices, they are measuring, different types of these parameters. They are also noting down the symptoms, like, whenever we go to a doctor, like, what is your eye color, whether the hands or legs have been swelled, what is your temperature, what is your blood pressure. Everything is recorded from here and create one sort of, like, data sheet, which will be finally going to the doctor. And the doctor is looking at the data, and then from there doctor is choosing a kind of particular treatment, and doctor is providing with the medicine. So this software have been developed. Other than that, we are also trying to integrate. You can understand that this particular device is going to give you one test at one time. That means if I want to do creatinine, albumin, uric acid, I need 15 minutes. That means 45 minutes. In order to expedite the process, we are preparing such magic boxes, mobile apps, which are in parallel. You can do 3 tests. And then using microfluidics, we are integrating them together in a single platform. You can see that these are all integrated 111 sensors, right? So this is another way we are trying to really develop the multiplex, so that each unit will be, say, suppose chronic kidney disease, or like, liver diseases, right? And then can we really combine liver, kidney, pancreas, thyroid and heart in a single device? So with a few drops of blood, one is able to really get all the data over mobile phone, and that can be disseminated to the doctors, and then they can provide therapeutics. This particular device, since it's a UV visible spectrophotometer, you can integrate sensors, which are for different markers. Like we could identify, Dr. Monica was our collaborator, we could identify a urinal protein that gives you the yes or no for the cervical cancer. So we use some of the basic concepts of nanotechnology, like we took a gold nanoparticle, okay, and on the gold we stabilized the linker and we stabilized the antibody. And then when we put into urine, what happened, what we saw, that these were the nanoparticles without antigen, and these nanoparticles, they agglomerated with the antigen. And none other than the great Raman spectroscopy helped us in characterizing this particular thing. So I just put this example to celebrate the National Science Day, that you can see that one can really not only detect with UV visible spectrophotometry, but the gold standard was done against the Raman spectroscopy, to really show the attachment and the change of the color, that is from wine red to violet, and that has been detected. So this can be integrated to the magic box. Another beautiful example of Raman spectra was, that nanoparticles are now being used as nanoclusters. And say, suppose if you link 2 nanoparticles, gold nanoparticles, with a linker, say suppose this was C10 and 2 SH groups, you all know that these thiol groups are very much friendly to attach to nanoparticles. So you can twin them. So this is a single nanoparticle system, and here you can, if you very closely look, you will see that, because I have given this linker, they have formed nanotwins. Now you first stabilize these nanotwins. Then what you do, you put some aptamers, which are very specific to the bacteria. Okay. And then if you bring in the bacteria, what happens? This bacteria gets attached to these aptamers. So these are the ones that looks like this is nothing but PDMS, polymer transparent cakes, attached with this plasmonic nanotwins, right? And then, when you attach this E. coli, what happens? They change in the color because of the change in the plasmonic signal. And this is again the Raman spectra of this yellow one is for the gold nanoparticle, and this is this blue one is the sharpened Raman peaks for the nanotwins. So you can see here that in presence of the twins, you have a very different Raman signal, very different footprint in terms of the signal, and those can make this particular detector highly effective. So one can really measure E. coli in water. This particular technology, using this particular technology, one can really measure E. coli in urine. So essentially urinary tract infection, where typically a female sample takes about 3 days, by the time the sample comes, the treatment is over. This particular intervention, we are trying to commercialize this. This particular intervention will take about 30 minutes, to give you the result. And the antibiotics, urinary tract infection, this is only for E. coli. UTI happens for 4 different bacteria. So essentially a wide spectrum antibiotic is given, which is again a traditional way of treating the patients. But precision healthcare will lead to what? You identify the bacteria and then give you the antibiotic. So in that process, you can shift towards the precision healthcare. So I just, tell you finally that with this vision, we have established an institute at IIT Guwahati called Assam Advanced Healthcare Innovation Institute. Right now, we are in the process of establishing the school, associated engineering school associated with that, which is called the School of Health Sciences and Technology. This has been funded by Mehta Family Foundation. And then there is a hospital that is coming up, connected hospital coming up in the direction of this connected, this precision healthcare, where, there is a medical college. There are an array of center for excellences related to different, modern components of medicine. And then there is this connectivity associated with, health and wellness centers, state colleges, and associated. So we have progressed a little bit. 20 years, next 20 years will be challenging. And with this vision of providing precision healthcare, we have put forward the regulatory bodies, incubators, and that, IIT Guwahati is already blessed with very good Center for Energy, Center for Biological Sciences, Mechanical, Electronics Department. So essentially the idea is that, can we really develop a pilot scale which can be emulated by the entire country later on? I wish to thank all my students. Most of the results that I have presented are from my students, and the funding agencies who have funded generously, for these projects. Thank you so much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Professor Dipankar. It is always pleasure to have your talk, and every time we are learning new things from your talk. And it was one of the beautiful example how the combination of the physics, electronics, engineering led to the precision healthcare. So due to shortage of time, there is only time for the 2 quick questions from the student side or the faculty. Anyone?
I have a question. Wonderful talk, Professor Dipankar.
Thank you.
I have a question is that you are talking about data accumulation from different patients, etc. Is it a kind of any effect on my, let's say, disclosure of my any person's personal things to organization, let's say insurance company and etc. They can track my entire health system, and they can charge me anything. So will it be not violating my personal affairs? What do you think? What is your opinion?
That's the reason. One of the major point was the regulatory aspects. So you will find, when I mentioned about data, I also mentioned about security. One of the major problems associated with health data is that you cannot really share any personal data to anybody. Even if I am really storing the data, I cannot share with anybody the data. Even I cannot share the data with the doctor. It is not allowed. So first is you have to collect the data and secure the data, right? Second is and health data is all personal data. This is the same problem that Facebook faced, during Zuckerberg faced, and there was such a big, a kind of interaction with the parliament and all these things. So health data is absolutely, it cannot be shared with anybody. I mean, insurance is much later. It should be first, be there in the single place, right? And it is secured. It should not be shared with anybody. Second is, data people are now working on how exactly you can convert this data into the anonymous data. Okay, there are algorithms to convert a real data into an anonymous data, right? There are methods that are ongoing to convert the data into anonymous data. Third is even the doctors, when they are going for it, looking at it, that also needs to have, security, regulatory aspects, all the regulatory bodies should be on top of you in order to really look into that. You are just utilizing the data to provide services. You're not utilizing the data to do anything else. Right. So there are methods, people have found out how exactly you keep the security of the data and at the same time you provide services. We have to bring in those compliances. Some of these compliances you can study, like HIPAA compliance should be there in terms of, keeping the data. There are ISO certification related to the storage. So there are regulatory approvals and certifications that need to be taken before you really utilize the data in order to provide the services. Those are to be there built into the ecosystem. Okay.
I have a small comment to make, sir, not a question. I really appreciated, like when I heard the topic, I thought it might be like something like cancer or HIV, but I appreciated that it is for as common diseases as UTI. I mean, this is really truly incredible because most of the time, 40-50% of the time, we do not get right treatment because of improper diagnostics, etc. So thank you so much, and we really appreciate your contributions in this field, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your appreciation and kind words. Okay. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you, Professor Dipankar, for your time.
Thank you, Professor Sinha. It's always a pleasure meeting you and discussing things with you.
So with this, we come to the end of our first talk, and we now move on to our next talk by another distinguished scientist, Professor Dibyendu Bhattacharya. Professor Dibyendu Bhattacharya received his MSc degree from Calcutta University and PhD from Jadavpur University in 1995. He completed his postdoctoral research at University of Northumbria. Thereafter, he joined as a scientist at Bhabha Atomic Research Center in 1997. He is presently heading the Synchrotron Science and Multilayer Physics Section, Atomic and Molecular Division of Bhabha Atomic Research Center. His current research interest includes development of synchrotron beamlines, characterization of materials by X-ray absorption spectroscopy with synchrotron radiation, and development of thin film multilayer devices for soft X-ray and neutron applications. Dr. Bhattacharya has more than 210 publications to his credit in international journals and several awards. Now I request Dr. Bhattacharya to deliver his talk. The title of the talk is Probing Energy Materials Using Indus II Synchrotron Radiation Source. The stage is all yours, sir.
Dibyendu, sir. Sir, आप अपना अच्छा he has started sharing this. Sir, you unmute yourself and you can start.
Can you listen to me?
Yeah. Now we can hear.
And the screen is visible?
Yeah, that is also visible.
Okay. So let me first thank Professor Sinha and his colleagues for inviting me for this very important occasion to give this interact with the Amity faculties and students. It is always very nice to interact with Amity people. So I'll be today talking. Let me introduce myself. I am D. Bhattacharya from Bhabha Atomic Research Center. And mostly, though I'm based in Mumbai, but majority of my work is with synchrotron radiations, which is available at RRCAT Indore. So I will show you some of the results from there today. So today I'll be talking about energy materials, probing energy materials using industrial synchrotron radiation source. But actually, it is a very vast topic as I have kept. But I'll be only concentrating on one type of energy material, that is lithium-ion batteries. Okay. So Page is not moving.
You can reshare the screen, so it may be working.
Reshare.
There is a button share in the green color, and yeah.
Screen. Yeah, I am sharing and then I don't know. Yeah, now it's
Yeah. Now it's fine. Yeah.
yeah. So all you know that this we have to eventually go for this renewable energies because of the two problems. One is that this conventional fossil fuels are creating global warming, and also the fossil fuels are fast depleting in the earth. So it is almost accepted at every corners of the world that we have to go for renewable energy, and we have to produce energy in a green way. And there are several means people are working with in solar cells and then wind energy, then nuclear energy, and all sorts of things. But apart from the generation of energy, storage of energy in a green way is also very important. And in that way, in that field, these rechargeable batteries like lithium-ion batteries are actually very important. You all know that in today's world, lithium-ion batteries we are using it everywhere in our mobile phones, in our laptops, everywhere. We cannot think of the present scenario with a lithium-ion battery in our day-to-day regular devices. So let me give a very brief introduction of the lithium-ion battery. The work actually started long back, in 1912 by Professor Lewis, but the first sort of breakthrough came at Exxon Research by Dr. Stanley Whittingham when he was working with titanium disulfide, and he could intercalate lithium in titanium disulfide and de-intercalate also. So that was the first actually experimental proof of this intercalation type lithium-ion batteries. But later on, it was found that there are some safety issues with that, and then Exxon Research is employed. They have to stop that work. But then people are starting with different materials and actually working on the safety issues. And finally, next breakthrough came by Professor Goodenough, who is a very famous scientist, who was working that time in University of Oxford. Basically, he's from MIT, but that time he was working in University of Oxford. And he came out with this material, lithium cobalt oxide, which was relatively more safe, and it was also giving very good result as a lithium-ion battery. And this technology was further developed by Sony, and they commercialized in 1991. So Professor Goodenough, Stanley Whittingham, and Akira Ishino of Sony, they actually got the Nobel Prize, you all know, a few years back. So that is our main topic today. I will give a little bit of more introduction about lithium-ion battery. That this lithium is a very small ion, volume-wise and weight-wise. The energy density is very high with lithium. That is a major advantage. Though lithium metals are has more capacity or more energy density, but it is little unsafe. So people are working with the compounds of lithium, where lithium ion is the major charge carrier. And then and this is a comparison between a non-rechargeable and rechargeable batteries, where rechargeable batteries are always useful for driving high currents. So this is the main thing. Now, for the people who really don't know how it works, let me give a very brief introduction, which actually also gives us a motivation of our work. That how a lithium-ion battery works. It has a cathode and anode, and which are separated by electrolyte and a separator. I'm not going to all the details. I'm just going how the cathodes and anodes work. During the charging, when we charge it with the external device, connecting the battery to electrical circuit, then this lithium ions comes out of the cathode, which is typically a lithium compound like lithium cobalt oxide. It comes out from the cathode and goes to the anode, passing through the separator. When the current flows obviously in the external circuit from the anode, cathode to the anode, driven by the external source. This is the charging, and then after the charging we start using it. That is the battery is getting discharged, and during discharge process, this lithium actually goes back from the anode and goes to the cathode because of the lithium chemical potential level difference between the anode and the cathode. And so lithium actually comes out of the anode and goes to the cathode, and that drives the current in the external circuit, with which we can light a bulb, or you can run a mobile phone or whatever is required. So this is the way that a lithium-ion battery works, and this happen in every charging and discharging cycle. Now, the problem with the lithium-ion battery is that since this lithium is going inside and outside the material every cycle, so there are structural changes happening in the electrodes during lithiation. Lithiation means when lithium ion goes in the cathode, which is the discharge process, and also delithiation when it comes out. That is the charging process. And also because of the lithium ion is coming out and going back, so there is redox reaction also taking place. In every cycle, there is oxidation and reduction. And that leads to degradation mechanism of the cathode and anode material during cycling and aging. And also this also causes some sort of structural deformation and volume expansion, leading to thermal decomposition of the mechanism due to heating of the material. And we are very familiar with the stories that sometimes the batteries they explode, and because of this heating and all. And all these things happen because of this phenomena, that when the lithium goes out and comes back, we'll show in the later slide, I will show. These are not exactly reversible phenomena. Always some structural changes takes place, and that creates all this type of problem. So investigation of structural changing in the electrodes of a lithium-ion battery is of paramount importance. Okay. And in this work, I will show that we have done it through using X-ray absorption spectroscopy of synchrotron radiation. Now, let me give a very brief example of X-ray absorption spectroscopy first, that because maybe in the audience people may not know of this phenomena. As you know that X-ray interacts with matter with the four important ways: that scattering, photoelectric absorption, pair production, and then there are two secondary process, decay process, which is fluorescence and OJ electron. I am only in X-ray absorption spectroscopy, we mostly deal with photoelectric absorption. What is photoelectric absorption? This is a very simple process where the X-ray photons are absorbed by some core shell of the atom particular of an element which is present in a material, and it actually goes out of the atom. And this is basically photoelectric absorption phenomenon. And this is by this process the X-ray is absorbed in the material. So this is the photoelectric effect. And if you see if you do an experiment by changing the photon energy falling on a sample, and you measure the absorption cross section, keep on measuring the absorption cross section, what you will get? You will see this type of jumps, and these jumps are nothing but where the photon energy matches with some binding energy of one of the core shell of the particular atom. Like here, it matches with the K shell binding energy, so there is an absorption jump. Here, it matches with the L shell, and there are several L shells. So you have got some L1, L2, L3 edges, and like that. So we call it the photoelectric absorption edges. So every element has a characteristic edge, which we can find out from this X-ray data booklet. Every element has their characteristic X-ray absorption edge. Okay. So what we do actually, we do a very careful measurement near the absorption edge of an atom sitting in a material. And then if you do that, what you will find that this absorption edge has this type of oscillations. This edge is not actually straight like this. This has this type of oscillations. Okay. And which we call extended X-ray absorption fine structure. And why these oscillations come? If we have a material, if we have an element, page movement is creating trouble. Suppose if you have an element which is sitting isolated in vacuum, there is nothing in the neighborhood, you will get a straight absorption is like that. But when this particular atom is sitting in a material, this type of oscillation you will find. So why this oscillation comes? These oscillations are nothing, but it is because of the, backscattering of the photoelectron, which is going out of the particular atom. Suppose this is the atom which is actually absorbing the X-ray photons, and it emits this photoelectron, which is represented by these blue spheres. Blue spheres are the photoelectron wave, which is going out from this atom. And these electrons are there, and these small black spheres are basically the neighboring atoms, which are also having their electron cloud. So the photoelectron which is going out from this atom get backscattered by the electron cloud of the neighboring atom, and it comes back. Okay, so here in this space there are two waves. So it is outgoing electron wave represented by the blue sphere, and another incoming electron wave represented by the red sphere, and they interfere with each other and forms a standing wave pattern, which is basically nothing but some oscillatory pattern. This is in the electronic wave, and that through Fermi's golden rule is reflected in the photon absorption. So these oscillations are reflected in the photon absorption spectra. So now you understand, if we actually study this oscillation, we can get back information about how many atoms are there sitting in the neighborhood of the particular atom, at what distance they are, and all sorts of things. So basically, we can find out the local structure of this particular atom here through this process. So what we do, we measure this absorption spectra. First, we get these types of spectra. We are only interested in the oscillatory part. So we actually subtract a bare atom background, but means suppose this atom is hypothetically sitting in vacuum without any neighbor. So how it would have been its absorption spectra? So that we generate through a mathematical spline function, deduct it from here and get this only the oscillatory part. And then we go from the energy scale to the momentum scale. K is nothing but the momentum of the photoelectron, which is E minus E0. E is the energy of the X-ray photon. E0 is the binding energy. So this different is basically the kinetic energy of the electron, and we usually convert it to the momentum of the electron. And from when we go to the K space, we can easily actually Fourier transform it and go to the R space. So we get this type of peaks here, and these peaks are nothing but it gives the distance of the different neighboring shells around this particular absorbing atom. Okay, so this is very straightforward way to find out the local structure surrounding the absorbing atom just by taking the absorption spectra, then taking out the bare atom background, do this, go from the energy scale to the momentum scale, and thus do the Fourier transform. So you get the information about the different neighboring shell from the which are sitting around the absorbing atom. So these shells, what we do actually, we feed this is the Fourier transform of a exact spectra, and we actually, this is the circles are the experimental data, and we actually feed it with a theoretical function which is available in a standard exact textbook. And what we find out from here, we found out basically three parameters, that is n, the number of neighboring atoms in different shells are at distance of a particular coordination cell, and sigma, which is a de Broglie factor which represent the structural and thermal disorder of the atoms, because all the neighboring atoms of the cells will obviously not sitting in the same distance from each other, from the absorbing atom. So there will be some fluctuation, and that gives by this sigma. Other parameters can be theoretically generated. Okay. So what is the advantage of EXAFS? The advantage is basically that it is the main advantage of EXAFS is that since it works on the local structure, it doesn't depend on the long range order. So we can apply it to any type of material like amorphous, gases, nanostructure, thin film, where long range order is not there. Okay, so we can still find out the local structure of the around the particular absorbing atom using the EXAFS process. Okay, and it can be applied to natural samples like solution, colloids, amorphous solid soil aggregates. And in battery material, most of the time these cathode materials are not actually a crystalline material. it actually are most of the time a nanostructure or amorphous material, and that's why for the battery material, EXAFS is the best process or best technique to do the measurements or the investigation. Another important advantage is that it is element specific. Suppose we have a multi-element sample where, suppose I have a sample where iron, cobalt, nickel all are there, but I will show you the example. But we can measure for, if you do X-ray diffraction, you will get a single data. But if you do actually EXAFS, you can do the EXAFS measurement at iron cage, at nickel cage, at manganese cage, and you have got data for all. You have 3 sets of data, and you can actually get the information about surrounding all the iron side, manganese side, or nickel side separately. So this is the element specific. That is also very important. Okay. So apart from I'm not going to the further details. Apart from the EXAFS oscillation, you can get further more information, like the position of the absorption edge itself will give you the oxidation state. This is also very important for the battery material because we can monitor the redox reaction, oxidation reduction. I'll show you the example where the absorption it shifts to higher energy during charging and goes back to the lower energy during discharging, showing manifesting the redox reaction. You can get the local structure as I told you from the EXAFS measurements, and there is a small part from the H to 50 EV. We don't call it EXAFS. These are called ZANES, which actually depends on the long range structure, because here the electrons have sufficient energy to go to further and see the in a long range order of the crystal or the molecular solids. So this part we call it ZANES, and it is not very, quantitatively to get information from ZANES part is not very easy. We have to actually do ab initio calculation and do the simulation. I will just leave this part now. Okay. But so EXAFS gives a lot of information, as I told you, but the most the difficult thing with EXAFS is that I cannot do a lab X-ray source, because I am doing a spectroscopy measurement where I need a very powerful X-ray source, which is tunable. You can see that here the example is that I am tuning the X-ray energy from 11 kV to 12 kV. And the only tunable and bright X-ray source available to us is a synchrotron source. So a little bit of introduction of synchrotron radiation again, then for the beginners, that that how synchrotron radiation is produced. We all know when charged particles are moved under a magnetic field, they emit radiation because the magnetic field actually moves in a circular orbit, generating acceleration, and accelerated charged particle, they produce radiation, that we all know. And suppose these charged particles are in a normal velocity or normal speed, you will get an isotropic radiation or Larmor frequency, which is defined by the magnetic field and the E by M of the charged particle. But the same charged particle, if their velocity is relativistic or very high, the speed is very high, relativistic, the energy is relativistic, or the speed is relativistic, then the same radiation, which was isotropic in nature, becomes collimated, highly collimated. So this type of radiation we call synchrotron radiation. This synchrotron radiation have several properties, that these are highly collimated in the vertical direction, and this is spreaded out in the horizontal direction. Earlier, which was isotropic, it has become like this. It has several other properties. It has got a very, instead of the single frequency which was given by Larmor frequency, it has now a very large spread of energy or frequency, starting from infrared to hard X-ray. So we get almost like a white spectrum here. Okay. And the flux, you can see that the typical flux of even basic synchrotron radiation source are nowadays at 10 to the 12, which is 6 order of magnitude higher than the lab X-ray source. So that is the advantage of the synchrotron radiation. There are other advantages also, like it's a cell polarized, it had a pulse time structure. I am not going into all these things because we will not, for our work, we have not used that. So basically, we have a very bright X-ray source, which is tunable, which we will be using in our work. So I am just leaving the other properties. And so there are almost 40 synchrotron sources are now available in the worldwide. And we have our own synchrotron radiation source, which is stationed at RRC at Indore. You all know, maybe. And this is a photograph of the Indus complex, which actually houses 2 synchrotron, Indus 1 and Indus 2. Okay. And this is the schematic diagram where we actually we have a microtron source, which generate the electron, which is the electron source, which feeds both Indus 1 and feeds both and also Indus 2. And Indus 2 is our interest because it generates the X-ray. So it is basically an X-ray source, and so Indus 1 actually gives radiation in the VOB and soft X-ray region. Okay, so this is the absorption. This is the photon spectra of the Indus synchrotron, Indus 2 synchrotron source, where the electron energy is 2.5 GeV, quite relativistic, and we get this type of spectra which goes from IR to hard X-ray. And you can do several experiments with this, and this is the different type of beamlines and techniques available with the Indus 2 synchrotron. I think the students should take note of it, and you can do all sorts of studies where X-ray is required, like X-ray diffraction, X-ray crystallography, obviously X-ray absorption spectroscopy, which I have told, and also we'll be discussing more later on. X-ray protein photoelectron spectroscopy, obviously X-ray imaging, different type of X-ray imaging, and nowadays we have also started X-ray magnetic spectroscopy, XMCD, and all. So so several beamlines are available. I think now 14 beamlines are working. All the green beamlines are working, and the red one are almost in the process of commissioning. Okay, so out of these are the two beamlines which we have involved. That is the energy dispersive excitation beamline BL8 and energy scanning excitation beamline, which is BL9. Okay, these two beamlines are both used for X-ray absorption spectroscopy. Particularly, the difference between that in BL8 we are using a particular geometry which is called dispersive geometry, so we can do very fast studies, time resolved studies up to millisecond time scale. Means the full absorption spectra of X-ray absorption spectra you can get in millisecond time scale. I am not going into the details of the optics and all. Whereas BL9 has a very high resolution monochromator where you can do very high resolution study, but here the very fast study is not possible because the scanning takes time. So but here you can do very high resolution study. You can do measurement both in transmission and fluorescence mode, and these applications are there. So these beamlines are open to all everyone in all the users in the national level, both from academia and university institutes, and also from industries are regularly using it. We have almost more than 300 publications from these two beamlines. These are some of the graphs. The statistics and the facilities which are available with these beamlines are like low temperature, you can go up to 5.4K, we can in high temperature you can go up to 1000K and all. And then we can do several in situ studies like in situ monitoring of thin film and nanostructure growth. Then we can do growth of nanoparticles in different format. We can, while the nanoparticle is grown, we can keep on doing the measurement. We can do very grazing incidence exact measurement for thin film and multi-layers. We can do XMCD studies here, and we can do a lot of different type of catalysis study. We have several sample environment where we have actually created the same environment where people do the catalysis in a chemical reactor, and we under different type of gas flow at different temperature scale, and all these things we can do. Even we can use photocatalysis, electrocatalysis, and things like that. So, okay. So the major activities I have just listed here. I am not going into details of all those things. We can do amorphous thin film nanostructure system, which because these actually most of the time they don't have any long range order, but EXAFS is very fine without any long range order also. For dope system, it is very important because we can that bond length and all. If you dope in the system, the very small change in bond length of the order of 0.01 angstrom can be detected very accurately by EXAFS technique. So we have done a lot of work on dielectric magnetic semiconductor and luminescence system. Hostler high entropy alloys. These are very system where there are a lot of cationic disorder take place, which is very difficult to find out from XRD because all these like different type of transition metals which are sitting next to each other in the periodic table from XRD, it is very difficult to distinguish. But since I have, as I told you, in EXAFS, we can do the measurement separately at all the elemental edge. We can do this measurement very nicely. One very important system which is we are using now extensively for this single atom catalyst. I think many people must have heard of this system. In the catalytic system, single atom in catalyst, the only technique which can find out whether an atom, the catalyst has been formed in a single atom form was not in EXAFS, because you can see the neighboring shell, and in the neighboring shell, if you don't find a similar atom, you can actually claim it as a single atom catalyst, and the referees of all the journals only accept this as a proof of single atom catalyst. We can, as I told you, we have done a lot of work on in situ study of growth of nanoparticle, and we are now doing a lot of work on heterogeneous catalysis, electrocatalysis. You know, HR and OER are very important nowadays for green hydrogen production, water splitting and all, and also carbon dioxide reduction. You can get more information in the Springer book volume for us. Okay. Now let me come to our particular subject of today, which is in situ EXAFS study of lithium-ion battery during charging discharging cycle. I go back to that first slide where I introduced you how the lithium-ion battery works. And as I told you that there are a lot of structural changes happening in every cycle. And so we have to do the structural measurement. And here the advantage is that with synchrotron radiation, since it is a very high flux and we have got very fast detector, we can do in situ measurement while the battery is getting charging and discharge. That is the main thing or major advantage of having this type of facility, that we can do the in situ measurement. What is the advantage of in situ measurement? Many people call it operando measurement also. What is the meaning of in situ or operando measurement? That is that I am seeing the electrodes while the battery is getting charging and discharge, getting charged and discharged. What is the advantage? That I can instantly probe the reaction. I can detect non-equilibrium or short-lived intermediate species. I will show you the example. And there is no contamination or modification due to exposure to environment. Earlier people used to actually stop the battery charging and discharging at different voltages, extract the material and investigate it. But the problem is that as soon as you take out the material, its oxidation state changes. Sometimes it actually reacts to the different species in the environment, and you get a different wrong result. But here, those type of problem is not there. So we do in situ study, but as you have seen in your battery, in your mobile phone or your laptop, these lithium-ion batteries are generally encapsulated between two metal pieces. Okay, it is these tablet batteries. The both sides are metal, and it is you cannot pass X-ray through it. So the major challenge of the in situ studies is that to make the battery which is having X-ray window. Okay, so a lot of people are working on that, and we also succeeded in our laboratory to make this type of cell where you can see these two ends of these two metal caps, these stainless steel pieces are having windows with Kapton. We could make a battery with Kapton windows in both sides so that X-ray can pass. And you have to remember that you have to actually make it encapsulated, because lithium is inside, it cannot be exposed to air. Okay, so this whole battery stack has to be assembled in a glove box under argon at ambient. And the challenge is that you have to give sufficient pressure so that all these stacks is sufficient pressure is there among each other, so that electrochemical reaction is taking place, and also this window is intact and the X-ray can pass. So this is the major technique. We spent almost 1 year to do a lot of R&D, and finally came out with a design in our lab and successfully made this piece. Okay, so now presently we can do it regularly in our lab, and this has to be assembled. These are all assembled in a glove box under argon ambient. See, this is the actually assembled battery stack. You can see this is our beamline. This is the first ionization chamber. We are doing the exact experiment. This is the second ionization chamber. It measures the incident flux, it measures the transmitted flux, and the I by I0 gives this absorption spectra. And this is the battery in between. This whole thing is there. You can see the charging, discharging leads here. And we do the charging, discharging with a Never battery tester. So this battery, we are doing this EXAFS investigation on this battery while it is getting charged and discharged. So this is in situ or operando measurement. Okay. So you can now first I will give an example which is a very well-known material. This is just to show that our this cell is working. So this is sort of this is a material which is lithium manganese oxide, and you can see while we are doing the charging. This is the manganese Jane's data at manganese, and you can see, as I told you earlier, that the manganese edge is shifting this side, which shows that in LiMnO2, manganese is the combined state of +3 and +4, and while charging, since lithium is actually going out for keeping the charge balance, the positive charge has to increase, so all manganese is going to +4 state. So this is shown by this shift in this absorption edge here, and while going back, while discharging, it is not going back totally. So that gives the irreversibility. Okay, in every cycle there is some amount of irreversibility is there, and I can show you in the exapse also. This is a Zane's only absorption at C, and this is the exapse. You can see during the exapse, the first MNO, this thing is MNO. I am doing the measurement at MNH. So first peak gives the MNO coordination cell, and in LiMn2O3, this is a mixed cell. So initially its intensity is lower, but as we are charging, all the Mn are going to in a uniform coordination shell and in MnO2, and so because Mn is going to Mn +4, and then this the intensity is increasing, and in discharge it is decreasing. Okay, so during charging, the uniform octahedral oxygen coordination peak height increasing. We are going from a mixed coordination to a uniform octahedral coordination, and during discharging we are going to non-uniform octahedral, again going to non-uniform octahedral oxygen coordination. So that peak is again decreasing. So this is nicely shown by this cell. So this shows that our battery stack, that electrochemical particular cell is working, and this has been published in this journal. Okay, so this was basically to show that our cell is working and our methodology is okay. Then we took up some new material, which is Fe3O4. Fe3O4 is for a long time it is known for a very good anode anode material for lithium-ion batteries. But problem with Fe3O4 was that initially its charge is very high. When you make the battery, it shows very high capacity. You can see, but as you keep on cycling it, that means cycling means one charge, one discharge, it makes one cycle. So when you make a battery, it is supposed to work for say 1,000 cycles or so, or more than that. But you can see that its capacity is falling down very rapidly with charging. Okay, so we investigated it again with this technique, and we are doing the FEKH, Zane's and exhaust measurement. You can see in the Zane's here also, we are doing the fast discharge. So in the fast discharge, Fe3O4 actually getting reduced to Fe, and you can see that you can see the absorption is shifting to lower side. This is the Fe foil, so it is shifting to the lower side, and you can do a linear combination fit of this Zane's data with standard of Fe metal, Fe3O4 and FeO. And we have done this, and you can see that how it is happening, that initially this red is this black is Fe3O4, the concentration of Fe3O4 is decreasing and concentration of FeO is increasing, and at the later stage FeO also again decreasing and Fe metal is increasing. So this is the process, it is getting reduced, Fe3O4 to FeO and to Fe ultimately. So this is given by us. We got from the in situ Zane study and by linear combination fit of the data later on. But there are reports theoretically that this process is not a 3-step process. This reduction is not a 2-stage reduction, it's a 3-stage reduction. So we further investigated it, and we have actually done the measurement in a very small time scale in a millisecond order, which we can do in our beamline. And we have used different statistical techniques of principal component analysis on this. And that I am not going into the details. People who are working with use statistical techniques in spectroscopy, they know all these. Principal component analysis actually tell you that if you have a set of data, how many principal components are there in that set. Okay, so sorry. So when we analyze the data, we have found out, you can see that if you feed the data with one component, it has lot of residue. If you feed it with 2 component, residue is reduced. 3 component, it is still reduced. Like that, when you are taken 4 component, that is almost, it is nil. The residue is nil. So that shows that it is not a 3-component data reduction process. There are 4 components. LCF is telling 3 component, Fe3O4, FeO and Fe. But it shows that there are 4 components, and further this can be further another technique is there, which is called multivariate curve resolution with alternate least square, MCR-ALS. This is also standard statistical technique, and standard softwares are available for this. And when we applied to it, we could identify what are the components, and I'm showing the result only. So the first component was Fe3O4, our starting material. In between, from LCF, we got Fe3O4, FeO, and Fe. But when we applied, we have taken lot of data, in situ data, and we applied this technique. We could identify the phase LIX, Fe3O4. Okay, you can see the green spectrum here, which goes in between and then again decays. Okay, so you cannot identify this type of species unless you are doing in situ measurement. Okay, in situ measurement only you can give you this type of intermediate species which are forming and then again getting dissolved into other species. So this type technique helped us to show that there are another species which is actually generating here in the first discharge process. This is all first discharge, and then we have done first charging process, which shows that then in the first charging process we have done the same thing, and we have seen that in the first charge, after we got Fe, that Fe is actually again oxidized to FeO. Okay, you can see that Fe is decreasing and it is getting oxidized, and FeO is increasing. But after all this analysis, we found only 25% of Fe is converting back to FeO. Okay, so that is actually giving the capacity feeding. It is supposed to go back totally to FeO and Fe3O4, but it is actually going to FeO, and that also in 25%. We did the same thing for second discharge. Second discharge again tells us that you can see that again FeO is going down and Fe is forming. So after all this thing, our conclusion is that this whole process, that Fe3O4 battery electrode, is a combined process of intercalation and conversion. So initially, lithium is going inside Fe3O4, and we can. I am not gone to all the details. We could find out that LIX can go to only 2. After that, this LIX going that due to this lithium intercalation in Fe3O4, it creates all the tetrahedral coordinated oxygen iron to octahedral side, and that actually makes Fe3O4 to FeO. Okay, so because Li is going to Fe3O4, and which results in a movement of all tetrahedral coordinate iron to octahedral side, so the structure changes and the structure is becoming FeO. For the further cycle, FeO is actually getting reduced to Fe, and Fe is getting reduced, oxidized back to FeO. But there are some irreversibility in that process, and that creates the capacity fading. So you can. So the basic thing I am trying to tell you is that because of this very this in situ measurement at very small time scale, and further the statistical analysis of the data, we could find out the actual processes which is happening step by step. Okay, so this is the advantage of doing this in situ or operando measurement on this battery material. I'll show you another example which is very important. Like lithium cobalt oxide, as I told you, was a material which Professor Goodenough invented, and most of the batteries which we are using today nowadays are using lithium cobalt oxide as cathode material. But cobalt has a problem that this amount of cobalt in the earth crust is actually limited, and that is also in some of the countries, and there are some political problem is there. There are toxicity problem of cobalt is also there. So there are a lot of research is going on in last 1 decade or so, that how to replace cobalt with other transition element like nickel and manganese. People have found that nickel is giving nickel rich LMC. We call it LMMC because it is lithium, nickel, Mn, cobalt oxide. So this is called NMMC. And people have found that if nickel is more, it gives high capacity, but its stability is poor. If manganese is more, it is stability. This is moderate, both stability wise and the cycle safety wise, capacity wise and stability wise. And cobalt is, I told you the problem of cobalt. So a lot of research is going on to optimize this concentration of this material. So what we have done, that we have prepared 4 samples from lithium low, nickel low to nickel high. We call it like nickel 0.32, nickel 0.8. We call it 333, 532, 632, 811. And there is a general cross section, as I told you, that nickel-rich samples are stability is poor, which we have also find out from our electrochemical measurement. You can see from this graph that the green is the nickel-rich sample, and its initial capacity is highest among all these four. But it's, after 100 or 200 cycle, its capacity is the lowest. So general perception was that these LMMC 811, they suffer lot of structural changes during cycling, and that is creating this problem. So we investigated this problem with EXAFS, and as I told you, the advantage of EXAFS is that I can do measurement at nickel age, manganese age, cobalt age separately. So I have information of all the ages. So first, let us show the XRD data, which shows that there is some interesting thing we found, that in LMC 333, where nickel is less, this peak is actually moving as I am doing the discharging. From 4.5, I am going to 2.5, and it is moving. That means structural changes is taking place here. Whereas in 811, the peak shift is very minimal. Okay, so that gives an indication that it is not really so that we are doing this 811 having a lot of structural changes. We further found out from the this EXAFS. You can see this is nickel age data. Only nickel age I am seeing. You see that during the charging from 2.7 to 4.3, this oxidation nickel age is actually shifting to higher very systematically. Because why? Because nickel is getting lithium is charging means lithium is going out from the material to keep the positive charge in the positive oxidation or positive charge intact. The nickel is getting oxidized from nickel 2 plus to nickel 3 plus and nickel 4 plus, which is shown by the movement of the oxidation, this absorption is to the higher side. It goes back again systematically to the lower side during discharge. This is LMC 333. Okay. So, however, in LMC 811, you can see these changes are very minimal. Okay. So, almost nothing is happening in LMC 811. And another interesting thing is that we have done this measurement and manganese and cobalt also. And you can see that in nickel, it is very systematically changing. But in manganese and cobalt, almost no change is there. Okay. Sorry. You see the absorption is there is no systematic change in manganese or cobalt. I can show you the same thing in EXAFS also. In EXAFS also, you can see that in the LMC 333 case, this peak is going up and peak is going down again, discharging. But in 811, this is very small changes. So all these things, when we conclude, this conclusion was like LMC 811 show high nickel initial capacity, but it degrades fast with cycle. General perception is nickel-rich cathode suffers structural instability during charging discharging. This has been investigated by in situ technique. In situ XRD shows peak shifts are higher for lower nickel content, which is actually opposite to the general perception than in higher nickel content sample during charging. Both in situ Zanes and EXAFS measurements show that while nickel suffers significant oxidation reduction and nickel oxide modeling increases during the lithium charging and discharging, but in case of LMC 811, the effect is insignificant. So basically, in our ex-situ XRs and XR study undoubtedly show that capacity fading in nickel-rich sample are not due to structural changes due to charging discharge, which was the general process. The paper we have communicated and waiting for the referee's report. So lastly, my final few slides, I take another 6-7 minutes for 5-6 minutes. So this is based on the thin film battery. In our laboratory, we found out that thin film batteries are also very important because all these material which I have shown earlier, they are made in the nanoparticle form, in a powder form by different chemical process, sol gel and all this process. And then people make paste on this and they make they spread the electrode on some conducting substrate and make the electrode like that. And that makes you have to use actually conducting carbon paste and PVDF binder in that, and that creates problem because you are actually introducing them impurities in the electrodes by this process. And also, since these nanoparticles, they are not bound very well together, so it increases the resistivity of the sample. Whereas if you can deposit a thin film, like a sputtering technique and all, you are not requiring all these binders and the conducting paste, and the thin film batteries, and the thin films are very compact itself during preparation, so you can get rid of all these things. So thin film batteries are actually lightweight. They offers compact configuration, and obviously that creates the increased energy loading per volume, the energy loading. Okay, so nowadays for this, particularly for micro batteries, where you need a lithium-ion battery in a very small chip or something, thin film batteries are getting more and more importance. And we tried in our laboratory, we've tried several materials, and this titanium oxide, a good old material of titanium dioxide, we found that giving very good result. Okay, I'll show you. We got almost the highest capacity so far reported in the literature by titanium dioxide. So this titanium dioxide we have prepared just by RF magnetron sputtering on silica on stainless steel substrate. And what we found that, I'll show you the results part. Yeah, what we found that you can see that generally the capacity of a battery actually goes down as you know cycle goes up, cycle number is increased. But here surprisingly the capacity is going high. Initially there is a decrease. There is a process called solid electrolyte reaction. I am not going into all these things, but after some time you can see that the capacity is increasing. And we have prepared the titanium dioxide in three forms: amorphous, rutile, and anatase. People working with TiO2, they know that by changing the oxygen pressure during deposition, you can easily tune it. You easily tune the structural phase of this phase. And we found out that with this rutile phase, we got the best result, the highest capacity. Okay, so this is very important, and we found out that we have compared the capacity of TiO2 to other result, and we found out so far it is the best result which people have got. And we further investigated why we are having this type of thing, and we found that while if we do XRD of different samples, we found there is some Fe2O3 phase, and then we investigated further. We found that the SS substrate which we are using actually giving it has a Fe2O3 layer on the top of it, and that actually interacts with TiO2. And what is happening? We are getting a synergy effect of both these things. Okay, I summarized this in this slide. You can see that Fe2O3, as I told you, is a very good high capacity material, but it has got a very low structural stability. It degrades further with cycling. Whereas TiO2 is very stable, though its capacity, theoretical capacity itself is not very good. So here we are getting a synergic effect of high stability of TiO2 and low theoretical, and high theoretical capacity of Fe2O3. Okay, TiO2 has high stability, low theoretical capacity. Fe2O3 has high theoretical capacity, low stability. But when we are having this synergic effect, we are getting high theoretical capacity and high stability both. Okay, but where these in situ studies are coming here important. Yeah, now I am coming to that. That theoretically it has been found that anatase TiO2 is having more space in it, so that lithium can go and come inside and outside very easily. Whereas we are getting this base result with titanium TiO2. So we investigated it further by synchrotron radiation, by the process technique I told you. And this is the electrochemical process. I showed you just one thing, otherwise people will not understand. When you are doing this type of potential versus specific capacity measurement, if you get this type of stable plot, means which is not changing, where the potential is not changing with capacity, that shows that there is a structural change taking place. Okay, and here before that and after that, you see it is smooth. It should be actually falling like that, but somewhere where it is actually not falling, there the material is undergoing a structural change. So getting clue from there, we have investigated it in situ, both by XRD and by exams. And we found out that you can see that this is the characteristic anatase peak of the material. This is the characteristic rutile peak of the material. We have started with the rutile phase, and you see that after 0.38, where that plateau came in that CV plot, you can see that the anatase phase is going up and the rutile phase is going down. So that shows a phase transition is taking place. This is very interesting during the charging process, during the discharging process. Okay, we further investigated with Zanes and exams. We found a similar result. you can see that this is the pre-age feature of Zanes. I didn't explain all these things because lack of time, but you see these are the characteristic peaks of pre-age, and this two peak feature is actually a rutile peak feature, whereas the single phase feature is an anatase phase feature. And you can see that after 0.38, this two phase feature is going to a single phase feature. Okay, that also shows that it is getting transition is taking place from anatase to rutile. Rutile to anatase. Similar thing is happening in the exapse. In the first peak, exapse peak, there is no much change because both anatase and rutile, the first year to shale is almost similar. But change happened in the second peak, TI-TIP, where you can see this is the characteristic rutile phase peak, and this is this is also this type of two phase structure, where in anatase it is a single phase structure, and this is also changing from two peak to one peak. So this all actually showing that there is a structural change from rutile to anatase, and that's why though we started with the rutile, in between it is phase changes to anatase, and we are getting very high capacity. Okay, so let me summarize. I will not go into further. We got actually by doping iron, cobalt, manganese, we got further improved capacity in this phase, and they are also exapse cell, but due to lack of time, I will not go into all these things. So let me summarize that here also, by doing the in situ XRD and here XRD also helped us. XRD and exhaust measurement in situ with synchrotron radiation, we could find out that what is happening inside the sample during charging and discharging. So basically, I just wanted to convey that in situ or operando studies with synchrotron radiation are very important, and nowadays it is becoming more and more popular to explore what is actually happening inside the material of a lithium-ion battery during charging discharge. It not only actually helps us to understand what is happening, it also helps us to design new material where we can actually get rid of all these type of defects or this irreversibility and all, and to improve the quality of the battery which we are producing. Okay, so I'll stop here. I acknowledge all my students whose work I'm basically presenting here, and all my other colleagues, senior colleagues here, and thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for such deliberated information that how exapse can give you the information about the materials, and especially you can understand how the battery charge discharge and how the ions are moving inside the battery. So thank you very much. Due to shortage of time, I would like to thank you because you also need to rush to your office, I know.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Our students are here. Whenever any members have any questions, so they can contact me or directly write to you. I will provide.
Yes. Yeah, everybody is actually welcome. They can even send to me, email to me. Sorry.
So with this, we come to the end of this Science Day program, track 1, and I request everybody to proceed to the department for rest. I'm so sorry. I request Dr. Sandeep Chakravarti to give away the vote of thanks.
Yeah, thank you all. We have come to the end of this track 1. In this, two eminent speakers has given the lectures. Professor Dipankar Bandyopadhyay has given a lecture on precision healthcare. He mentioned about the modern techniques, implementation of modern techniques like AI, machine learning, etc. He gave a landscape about the traditional healthcare systems available in India and abroad, and comparison with the precision healthcare, what are the requirements. So he mentioned about the instrument, the coined at Mobilab, its application. It's a cost-effective instrument which can collect the data very fast and remotely send the data to doctor, cloud-based system. First, he mentioned about the application of Raman spectroscopy for detecting different parameters and biomolecules. And he mentioned about the establishment of innovative institute named as Assam Healthcare Innovative Institute. Then the second eminent speaker was Professor Dibyendu Bhattacharya from BARC. He gave a lecture on probing energy materials in using Indus2 synchrotron source. He mentioned about the energy materials, lithium-ion batteries, working principle of lithium-ion batteries. He mentioned about the EXAPS, X-ray absorption spectroscopy, basics of X-ray absorption spectroscopy, Indus 2, Indus 1, these two systems and their applications, what are the things, how students and researchers can use this. Then he mentioned about the in situ measurements of lithium-ion batteries during the charging and discharging process. He has shown some valuable results. And lastly, he has shown thin film based lithium-ion batteries. So in order to conclude, let me give the vote of thanks. First of all, I should thank from bottom of my heart to Founder President Sir for giving us blessings, and he came today with his illness also. Then Chancellor Dr. Atul Chauhan Sir, our VC, Honorable VC Ma'am, Professor Balminder Shukla Ma'am, Dr. Selvamurthy Sir, President ASTIF, Professor Sunita Ratan, Director AIS and Dean Science and Technology, our HOI, Professor O.P. Sinha, my co-host, Dr. Richa Krishna, all Amity faculty and students for their enormous supports, Amity administration, IT support and media, all invited speakers, already I have mentioned about them, and with none other than our students and audience for making this auspicious day most successful. I thank you. Thank you here. Let's disperse. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Faculty members, our program coordinator for this event, that is UC Srivastav sir, all the dignitaries and the students that are present here. Science never solves a problem without creating 10 more. Science Day is a celebration for science and scientific discoveries. It is a day to commemorate the contribution of scientists and to explore the mysteries of the nature that is around us. Science is booming in all the fields that we see today, and it is budding all the way, and it benefits us globally. Science is a powerful tool that we can use to improve our understanding of the world around us. It is constantly evolving, and we are constantly learning new things about the universe. From the discovery of many planets around different systems, different stars, to the discovery of God's particle, that is the Higgs boson, we are really expanding our horizons here. I believe that science is a force for good, and it can be used to improve our quality of life.
Science Day is observed to the discovery of Raman effect by the Indian physicist Sir Chandrasekhara Venkata Raman. The discovery not only earned Sir C.V. Raman the Nobel Prize, but also put India in the global scientific map. National Science Day is an occasion to salute and the talent and tenacity of the scientists. It was first celebrated in the year 1998. The day is celebrated to commemorate the discovery of Raman effect by the Indian scientist Sir C.V. Raman on 28 February 1928. The Raman effect is the scattering of light by the molecules, and it is observed and documented by him.
The Union Minister of State Science and Technology, Dr. Jitendra Singh, decided the theme of this National Science Day to be Global Science for Global Well-being. According to him, as India enters 2023, the theme indicates India's emerging global role and rising visibility in the international arena.
The celebration of National Science Day spread a message about the importance of science used in daily life of people, also to create opportunity for young generation to display their activities, efforts, and achievement in the field of science for human welfare. Thank you. So let's move to our next program. The amount of hard work and passion that this inspiring life have put through is unimaginable. So let's go through one such stories of three inspiring scientists, Satyendranath Bose, C.V. Raman, and Meghnad Saha. The film follows the scientists as they pursue their research in some of the most prestigious institutions in the world, and it explores the cultural and historical context in which their work is taking place.
This documentary is a fascinating look at the cutting-edge research that had been done in India, and it also provides a glimpse into the unique culture and scientific tradition that are so important in our country. Without any further ado, I would like to start with the short documentary.
Lights off करवा दो सारे.
As a layman, I would now say, I think we have it. You agree? Yeah. Okay.
While scientists at CERN were catching a glimpse of the first few moments after the Big Bang, people in India awoke to the realization that there was a Bose in boson.
But what about the other scientists who put the Bose into boson? Satyendranath Bose came from Calcutta. He too laid the groundwork several decades ago for what's now being called the greatest scientific discovery of this generation. And there's some anger in India at the lack of recognition given to Bose, one of their own. India's government calls him a forgotten hero.
In 1924, a young and completely unknown Indian scientist sent Albert Einstein a letter, and the resulting publication would change physics and Indian science forever.
3 great shots in the dark had already been fired. One was, of course, Planck, who came up with the very basic idea of the quantum. Einstein, with his theory that light consists of a stream of photons, and somehow they also travel like waves. And Niels Bohr in 1913. So these 3 great shots in the dark had already been made when Bose entered to fire the final and 4th great shot in the dark.
Bose's passion is how do we count all the particles, all the photon, everything in the world. Fact that his name is associated on 1/2 of the particles in the whole world. We are all proud as Indians.
At the same time as Bose was counting photons, 2 other young Indian scientists were busy revolutionizing physics with their very own theories. C.V. Raman gave the world the Raman effect and redefined how we see light and color. Meghnad Saha produced an equation that explains stellar radiation and is considered one of the fathers of modern astrophysics.
Meghnad Saha, C.V. Raman, Satyam Bose were the character who wanted to do first time in India, and which is first time also in the world. That was their passion.
All three scientists started their illustrious careers at Calcutta University in 1917. All became fellows of the Royal Society, and one of them, Raman, was awarded India's first and only Nobel Prize for Science.
He cried on the stage. He said, "My poor country does not have a flag of our own, so I cannot claim that I have come here as an Indian."
But who were these remarkable men? How did they overcome colonialism, British rule, racism, inadequate funding and limited resources to place India at the cutting edge of world science more than 20 years before independence? What is the legacy they left behind? And what can India learn from them to produce great science once again? This is their story. Bose, Raman and Saha, the Quantum Indians. In 1917, a new spirit was blowing through the streets of Calcutta. The grand capital of British India and the jewel of the empire was stirring with revolutionary activity. The partition of Bengal in 1905 had reinitiated a movement to free India. At Calcutta University, a very different revolution was underway. A revolution in science. Indian science had a long and rich history. India had given the world the zero, Sanskrit, yoga, Ayurveda, and two of the world's first universities at Nalanda and Taxila. But then, from the 11th century, India entered a dark age with the destruction of great learning centers by invaders. By the time the British colonized India, it had lost much of her once cherished scientific vigor. Then, from the 19th century, a new age of enlightenment began, and Calcutta was the epicenter. This was the Bengal Renaissance.
Raja Rammohn Rai is the pioneer of Indian Renaissance. It is Raja Rammohn who first wrote to British government in 1823 December that India needs a science institution.
Roy founded Hindu College in 1817, educating Indians in English for the first time. This was later renamed Presidency College by Thomas Babington Macaulay. Then, Lord Canning established the University of Calcutta in 1857 to educate citizens of the empire from Lahore to Rangoon. When Ashutosh Mukherjee became Vice-Chancellor in 1906, he began working on Roy's dream of a science college. In 1914, with generous donations from Sir Taraknath Palit and Sir Rashbihari Ghosh, he launched the University College of Science and Technology. Meanwhile, at Presidency College, two young MSc students were making waves. Satyendra Nath Bose and Meghnad Saha had stood jointly first in their MSc examinations and were ready to take on the world. Around the corner, at the Indian Association for the Cultivation of Science, another young scientist, C.V. Raman, was creating a stir with his experiments and papers. Mukherjee realized that in order to make his science college great, he would need people like this. Meanwhile, a very different revolution was taking place in Europe. The old physics of Newton and Maxwell was being turned on its head.
A lot of revolutions were taking place in science, particularly physics. And the old world of classical physics was kind of breaking down.
The first revolution was in the atom. The Greek philosopher Democritus had first proposed that the universe was made up of atoms in the 5th century BC. Everyone assumed that atoms were solid, indivisible objects. Then, in 1897, J.J. Thomson discovered that the atom was not solid at all, but made up of tiny corpuscles. The billiard ball model of the atom was shattered, and science would never be the same again. The second revolution was in light.
Newton said light consists of particles like bullets, and he constructed a very successful theory. Then somebody discovered wave-like property of light, and that happened in the 19th century. Then the notion of corpuscular theory of light was abandoned.
The third revolution was in radiation. When a hollow black body was heated, it was meant to radiate spectrum at an infinite rate along a straight line. But this did not happen, and a curve resulted that seemed to come back on the spectrum. No one could explain this.
Europe was completely puzzled, and then Planck somehow wrote down a formula which fits this curve exactly and accurately fits all the experimental data. Having written down that formula, he wanted to derive it from some theoretical framework.
Max Planck came to the conclusion that energy was being let out in discrete energy quantities or particles. He called these particles quanta. The equation came to be known as Planck's law. This was the beginning of the quantum age. Then three amazing developments occurred. Einstein demonstrated that light was both a wave and made up of particles he called light quanta. Lord Rutherford discovered the solar system model of the atom, with a dense positive nucleus and electrons spinning around it. And finally, Niels Bohr demonstrated that those electrons could only move at the quantum energy levels predicted by Planck.
So these three great shots in the dark had already been made when Bose entered to fire the final and fourth great shot in the dark.
So this is Bose's home, childhood home. He was born here in 1894. The house hasn't changed very much there. His room was there, and that's where he spent all of his time in his older years. There's stories abound about, during the famines and everything, how he would go out and take his food and away from the table and feed the kids outside. And so that he had a kind of kindness and gentleness throughout his life, and that was his personality. When he was younger, his father used to write sums here on the courtyard. So that's where the first mathematics actually started here on the ground. All my life, I had really heard about Bose and how great famous my Dadu was. My parents always told me, oh, your grandfather worked with Einstein. And I used to go into bookstores and always look for the Einstein section, the biography section. But I used to take down every book of Einstein and flip to the back of the index and look up B. And so there was always Bose. It made me feel good in a way, And in high school they start teaching you physics, and I mentioned to my physics teacher, Bose is my grandson. He goes, you must be a genius. I unfortunately disappointed him.
Satyendra Nath Bose was born in Calcutta in 1894. His childhood was immersed in art, culture, music, and education. He demonstrated a flair for mathematics very early on and amazed his teachers with his abilities. In 1914, he married Ushabati, and together they had 9 children.
I was his student. I think I was the last one who did his PhD with him. He was already a grand old man of physics at that time, a national professor. And it was just by chance that I went to see him one day. While we were talking, he suddenly said to me, "Tui amar shonge kaj korbi? You want to work with me?" I couldn't believe what I was hearing. And I became a junior scientist attached to the national professor of physics, S.N. Bose. Oh, he was a towering figure and an icon whose name was associated with Einstein.
When Bose got to Presidency College in 1910, he studied applied mathematics with Saha. Those were heady days, and many young men were drawn to the freedom movement.
P.C. Ray used to meet them at the bottom of the Octonony monument in the evenings, where they would discuss the future of the country. Two groups were formed. One went into direct action. The other group said, no, we will not go into direct action. When we get independence, who's going to do all the science and technology? And knowledge is essential for progress.
Bose stood first in his BSc, and then he and Saha took a joint first in their MSc examinations. When Mukherjee founded the new University College of Science, Bose and Saha jumped at the chance of teaching there.
So these young guys went and convinced Sir Ashutosh that they were competent to start the physics department.
He said that you set up all the laboratories, libraries, get books, equipments. I will start the classes from 1917. 2 years I am giving you to prepare.
Most of the important papers were being published in German and some in French. So they learned French and German.
The brave new world of theoretical physics was unfolding a whole new universe.
And they were the first people to actually translate Einstein's papers on relativity into English. And it was published by the Calcutta University. So they were making waves, and they were voracious readers and superbly intelligent people.
प्रॉब्लम है उनके सिस्टम में वीडियो सही था ना पूरा पर वीडियो तो सही है उनको उससे ओपन करना पड़ेगा ना समय ये तो बोल सकते हैं और आगे थोड़ा सा और आगे सर
We are facing some technical difficulties. The movie will be continued in a few moments. Please be patient.
We love you guys. Yes, we love you too. हाँ ये सब एक्चुअली सर इनका साथ में मीटिंग चल रही है
The other group said, no, we will not go into direct action. When we get independence, who's going to do all the science and technology, and knowledge is essential for progress.
Bose stood first in his BSc, and then he and Saha took a joint first in their MSc examinations. When Mukherjee founded the new University College of Science, Bose and Saha jumped at the chance of teaching there.
So these young guys went and convinced Sir Ashutosh that they were competent to start the physics department.
He said that you set up all the laboratories, libraries, get books, equipments. I will start the classes from 1970. 2 years I am giving you to prepare.
Most of the important papers were being published in German and some in French. So they learned French and German.
The brave new world of theoretical physics was unfolding a whole new universe.
And they were the first people to actually translate Einstein's papers on relativity into English. And it was published by the Calcutta University. So they were making waves, and they were voracious readers and superbly intelligent people.
Ashutosh Mukherjee appointed C.V. Raman as the new Pilot Professor of Physics in 1917. He was an experimentalist and not a theorist like Saha and Bose.
In 1920, Ashutosh made Saha as a professor. So Saha is now a Khoira professor, Raman is already a professor, but S.N. Bose does not have even a readership.
To further his career, Bose moved to East Bengal in 1921 and became reader at the newly founded physics department of Dhaka University. In 1924, while teaching a class on quantum physics, Bose had a eureka moment. Bose had been very dissatisfied with the way Planck's law was being derived in Europe. Earlier, Ludwig Boltzmann had developed a mathematics using probability and statistics to predict how gases worked in a closed thermodynamic system. Bose realized that he could apply statistics in a novel way to predict the number and probability of Einstein's photons using Planck's equation in the same way. A new statistics would be needed that could work at the quantum level to count photons. This was Bose's great breakthrough.
What he showed was that in the case of photons, classical statistics doesn't hold. It's a new statistics, which is now, of course, called Bose statistics. So there are new kinds of objects which people were not aware of. So the first paper was called Planck's Law and the Light Quantum Hypothesis.
He sent his paper first to the Philmag in Britain, but it was turned down. And then, in one of those seminal moments in history, he decided to send his paper to Albert Einstein. It was a bold decision and became one of the great moments in modern science. Respected sir, I have ventured to send you the accompanying article for your perusal and opinion. I am anxious to know what you think of it.
So Einstein was delighted. He said, this is what I was looking for. So my photons are not like classical billiard balls. They are bosons. And so overnight, Bose became a very, very famous name in the world of physics.
Einstein then sent a postcard to Bose saying his work was a beautiful step forward. When Einstein's postcard arrived, Bose became an overnight celebrity. and was immediately granted permission to travel to Europe to meet Albert Einstein.
So in the first year, he actually spent a lot of time with Maurice de Broglie, who was setting up the X-ray crystallography lab. And then he worked for 6 months with Madame Curie.
He proceeded to Berlin the next year, and in addition to meeting his hero Einstein, he also met some of the leading theoreticians of the age.
Einstein was so impressed, he said, Bose's way of counting should not only apply to photons, it should also apply to material atoms. That was Einstein's extension of Bose's idea. You get a quantum gas of material particles, and finally, that at very, very low temperatures, everything can condense. If all the particles condense into the lowest energy state, then you have a new state of matter, which has now come to be called the Bose-Einstein condensate. Now in 1928, Paul Dirac wrote a very famous book called The Principles of Quantum Mechanics. And in that book, he coins the two words bosons and fermions. So, you can say that half the particles in this universe are bosons. And as somebody said, as long as there is light in this universe, there will be bosons everywhere. So one simple idea in Dhaka completely revolutionizes everything, and then, of course, Bose becomes a household name, or rather boson.
Bose returned to Calcutta University in 1945. He founded the new organic chemistry labs and also worked on trying to solve the unifying theory of physics that Einstein had been working on.
So Einstein used to call it the unitary field theory. He found it very odd that there were both waves and particles. And he proposed a theory which would do this. But there were various objections, and Einstein started communicating with him again. And Bose wrote this paper and was very eager to go and actually discuss this with Einstein. Einstein passes away before the meeting takes place. And the story is that when this news arrived, he simply tore up that paper and threw it into a waste paper basket. So there is this unfinished symphony hanging there.
Rabindranath Tagore dedicated his seminal work on science to Bose after hearing about him from Einstein. In 1956, Bose became Vice-Chancellor of Tagore's newly created university at Shantiniketan. The vision was to bring about a scientific revolution in Bengal, but Bose faced obstacles from the status quo at every turn, and after 2 years he returned, frustrated, to his home in Calcutta. But things turned around that year, and Bose was finally inducted as a Fellow of the Royal Society. And then, in 1959, in recognition of his achievements, Prime Minister Nehru appointed Bose the first National Professor of Physics. At that time, Bose had started teaching at the Indian Association for the Cultivation of Science, which Raman once had made famous.
When he became national professor, that he would get a fellowship, research grant till end of his life, he did not choose Calcutta University. He thought ISCS is the best place.
People sometimes tell that Bose didn't get Nobel Prize. But how many Nobel Prize winners' name are learned by every physics student?
Bosons are so fundamental. Bose statistics is so fundamental in modern physics that it's one of its cornerstones. The whole edifice would simply collapse without it.
So, what was Bose's great contribution to physics? Well, without Bose's statistics, we would not have been able to count photons and predict their behavior. Nothing we take for granted today, like lasers, fiber optic communications, superconductors, or the future in quantum computing, would have been possible without Bose's counting methods. And without bosons, we would never have understood how matter came into being after the first few moments of the Big Bang, or what makes up most of the universe at the quantum level. He also dedicated himself to making science available to Bengalis in their mother tongue. This became his life's mission.
He said, look, when I talk about learning science through the mother tongue, I am not thinking of people like you who will be actually doing science. For people like you, you will have to learn all the languages that you need to learn. But I'm talking about the average Indian. Does he have to learn a foreign language just to be able to follow the basic things about science? How is that possible?
Bose spent the rest of his life teaching at IACS and his room at home, managing the Science Association of Bengal, meeting people from all walks of life, playing the Esraj and the flute, discussing philosophy, and teaching young minds about the new frontiers of science. Finally, on the 4th of February 1974, Satyendranath Bose passed away, and it was said that with his passing, an era ended, an era of great men who created science in India.
After all, if one has lived through so many years of struggle, if at the end he finds that his work has been appreciated, it means that he doesn't need to live long.
তুমি কেমন করে গান করো হে গুণী।
See, the real science begins when you are really interested in something and you want to find out.
And he was actually cremated over there. And then the question arose, should there be a monument? People decided, no, this must not happen to Raman. And a fitting tribute to him should be a tree.
To understand C.V. Raman, we have to understand his love for nature and the human spirit. He believed that the human spirit never ceases from questing. Why was the sea blue? Why do flowers have colors? How does the tabla make its sound? Why did crystals refract so much spectrum? Raman was a man of many contradictions. A great teacher, but an intolerant perfectionist. A simple man at heart, but a supreme egotist. A recluse, yet he loved children and teaching. But without doubt, a genius. Chandrasekhar Venkatraman was born in November 1888 into a conservative Tamil family. He was surrounded by learning and tradition as his father was a lecturer at Presidency College, Madras. He became the youngest student at Presidency College and completed his MA at 18. As a young man, he was influenced by Edwin Arnold's classic book, The Light of Asia, as it explored the life of the Buddha, who overcame the problems of his age through intellect and willpower. 1907 was a turning point in Raman's life. He received his MA that year. He was married to his wife and lifelong partner Lokasundari and had 2 sons with her.
And then he sat for the Indian Financial Service exam. There he stood first and he got a job as Assistant Auditor General, Government of India. And this, since Calcutta was the capital, the head office of this Auditor General was in Calcutta. So that is how he came.
One day, while taking a tram to work, he noticed a sign outside the Indian Association for the Cultivation of Science.
And he entered and he found an excellent, outstanding library, very good equipments. And he said, I can start working here immediately.
He loved spending his mornings and evenings at the association. And by 1909, he had published his first paper in Nature magazine on the effects of vibrating strings. When Mukherjee asked him to become the first Pilot Professor of Physics, Raman jumped at it. His experiments and publications at IACS and Calcutta University made him world famous. On a trip to Europe in 1924, he was amazed by the rich blue colour of the Mediterranean Sea. This resulted in a paper he wrote on board the ship entitled On the Molecular Scattering of Light in Water and the Colour of the Sea. This was the beginning of his love affair with light scattering that would eventually lead to his Nobel-winning discovery.
When light falls on any matter,
उनका है सर क्या करवा रहे हो प्रॉब्लम प्लेयर का नहीं है हम चला के लेके आए थे सर वो मीटिंग चल रही है साइड बाय साइड मीटिंग करना जरूरी है क्या ये वाला कहाँ चलेगा सर किसने हम तो बोलो सर लीव कर दो सर
Guys, we are facing some technical difficulties again. The movie will be resumed in a few minutes.
शेयर करना पड़ेगा सर वो फिर आवाज नहीं आएगी
of light changes actually. This change in the color, it's what we call the Raman effect.
Raman and his student Ramanathan and his another student K.S. Krishnan, they separately reported same phenomena. If you pass green light through a liquid, and you will get a very weak yellow light, a very small fraction.
What's happening is the light which is coming in probably has just one wavelength, one component, very pure. But when it's scattered, it generates many different light beams or different wavelengths. A light, of course, carries energy. When it falls on matter, it makes those atoms and all vibrate. So part of the energy of the light is given to these vibrations, and remaining part is what gets scattered out. This scattered light is a fingerprint of the material. This fingerprint is so unique that you do all material science these days using the Raman effect.
You have to measure the wavelength correctly. So he has no money to buy a spectrograph. he wrote to G.D. Birla, give me money to buy a spectrograph, and if you give me the money, I promise I will bring a Nobel Prize in 1 year. So G.D. Birla actually gave him money. Then he became very nervous. Somebody else can also publish. So the first paper he sent to Nature in Telegram, and he wrote everything in a nice form of a full paper with spectra, with equations, everything, and he published from Indian Journal of Physics, and he sent the papers by post to several Nobel laureates, Rutherford, Niels Bohr and others, that I believe this is a Nobel Prize winning discovery, you must nominate me for the Nobel Prize. He called a press conference 28th February 1928. It came on the next day that C.V. Raman claimed that he has made a very important discovery and this might get Nobel Prize. And this is why 28th February is called National Science Day.
Now, why did this discovery attract the attention of people like Niels Bohr and Einstein in Europe and the great Sommerfeld, whose students were creating this new revolution? Does matter also behave as a quantum object, or can we continue to describe matter as we had described it from Newton's time? And that is where the importance of Raman's discovery came in. In 1928, Sommerfeld was visiting Japan. When he heard about Raman's discovery in February 1928, let me go to Calcutta and see for myself whether this. So he came to Calcutta. He was convinced that this was a real discovery. And sure enough, as soon as he went back to Europe, all these great guys joined together and proposed Raman for the Nobel Prize.
The Nobel Prize winning telegram came to him on 15th of November 1930. And he went there, received the Nobel Prize, but after receiving the Nobel Prize, he cried on the stage. He said that all other Nobel laureates have their national flag on their chair, but on my chair there is a British Union Jack. And therefore I realized my poor country does not have a flag of our own. So I cannot claim that I have come here as an Indian. And in his official speech, he has dedicated his Nobel Prize to the freedom fighters of India who are spending their golden time of their life in a British jail. This is the spectrograph which Raman used to record the first Raman spectrum. And you can see the photograph of young Raman at the age of 40. And this is a replica of Raman's Nobel Prize. You can see C.V. Raman, 1930, written in the Roman letters.
In a speech to the Royal Society, Lord Rutherford said, "The Raman effect must rank among the best 3 or 4 discoveries in experimental physics." In 1929, he became known as Sir C.V. Raman after being bestowed with a knighthood. Then, in 1934, he was offered directorship of the prestigious Indian Institute of Science in Bangalore. Raman immediately went about revolutionizing the sleepy old establishment. He built new labs, purchased equipment, and tried to bring European scientists who had been persecuted by Hitler to India.
Hitler was becoming more and more popular, and his anti-Semitic views were very clear. All the Jewish physicists left Germany as fast as they could. Many of them were looking for jobs. So what Raman realized, look, if some of them could be persuaded to come to Bangalore, it'll make a huge impact on physics in India. Now the Council of the Indian Institute of Science, which consisted of British industrialists, took a very grim view of this. The council members took the point of view, Schrödinger and Max Born, they actually used the word, these are second-rate physicists because you are appointing people who have no jobs in Europe, you are giving them a professorship. And so this went all the way up to the Privy Council in London, and then Raman was forced to resign.
He was contractually obliged to teach there and spent the next 12 years teaching, researching and nurturing young minds. When he had first arrived in Bangalore, the government of Mysore granted him a large piece of land next to the IISc in recognition of his Nobel Prize. In 1934, he established the now famous Indian Academy of Science there, with the vision of making it a world-class body in the mould of the Royal Society. Raman's real dream was to set up his own research institute, and when he retired in 1948, he established the Raman Research Institute at the same place.
He couldn't keep Raman away from students. So even in this institute, in his retirement, you had a bunch of brilliant students for about 10 years.
He designed and built all the buildings and labs himself, planted the trees and gardens, conducted research into crystals, musical acoustics and optics. The institute was also home for Raman and his wife Lokasundari until the end of their lives. It was his very own haven of knowledge and beauty. This was a wonderful time in his life. In 1960, after 10 years of great work, the institute took a turn away from teaching, and Raman became a hermit-like recluse.
Around 1960, Raman decided not to have any more students because he had disagreement with the government, and he was made a national professor. Nehru was willing to give funds, and Dr. K.S. Krishnan was very influential with Nehru. But Raman rejected all that because they said, look, all you have to do is once a year, you have to send some annual report. Raman, in his characteristic fashion, he said, I don't have to send any such thing to you. If you don't want to give me the money, if you want to put fine prints, condition, I don't want your money. A fallout of that was that he could no longer support students.
He built high walls around the grounds, put a large lock on the gate, and had a sign warning people to keep out. But he always had room for children.
There was a guy called Abdul. Abdul will come to Raman and say, some children have come to the gate, sir. So Raman will personally go to the gate, open the gate, bring them in, lock the gate, and spend the day with them, wandering around in the gardens, telling them about the trees and the flowers and the butterflies and so on. I have met some of these people, how that 1 or 2 hours they spent with him, how that passion has rubbed off on them. There are 2 components to Raman's legacy. The Raman effect itself, which was discovered in 1928, continues to be at the forefront of science and technology today in a manner that one never anticipated. That is why chemists and now biologists are very interested in Raman effect as a tool. That is one aspect of it. Intercontinental communication is essentially taking place not through satellite, but through optical fibers. Light is carrying the signals. Raman effect is being used to transmit signals which are coded into light. This is something that if Raman had been alive today, he would have been absolutely thrilled.
Raman once said, "A purposeful life needs an axis or hinge to which it is firmly fixed and yet around which it can freely revolve." As I see it, this axis or hinge has been, in my own case, strongly enough, not the love of science, not even the love of nature, but a certain abstract idealism or belief in the value of the human spirit and the virtue of human endeavor and achievement. On the 21st of November 1970, Sir C.V. Raman passed away and was cremated in his favorite place in the world, the grounds of the Raman Research Institute. Fittingly, Raman's memorial at his favorite institute was a tree.
My dear friends and colleagues, this is a day to celebrate as our institute is putting the name India in the world scenario of science. Professor Saha has realized the immense potential that nuclear science had for the country's development and wanted his Institute of Nuclear Physics to have major research facilities. And I can only say that we are still following his path, and all this proposal was his dream. Meghnad Saha, he is basically a fighter. Right from his childhood, he fought against poverty, he fought against the apathy of the society, initially in the education system, and then also for basic research. He was trying to say that unless India is at the forefront of physics research, as a country we can never become a developed country.
Saha wanted to build a new India. The India of his dreams was to be built on a foundation of basic science and would lead the world once again in intellectual excellence. Saha's equation revolutionized modern astrophysics. He brought nuclear physics to India when the world was just discovering it. His leadership gave us many of India's leading scientific institutions. Born in eastern Bengal in 1893, Saha clawed his way up through sheer willpower and intelligence. He loved mathematics and history.
He was a very favorite student of all the teachers because he excelled on almost all subjects. Mathematics was his favorite subject, and next came history.
He loved stories about Maratha and Rajput kings and saw himself as a new kind of warrior for India's future. He studied at Dhaka College on a scholarship and then made his way to Presidency College in 1910. At college, he got involved with the freedom movement and came into contact with nationalists like Subhash Chandra Bose and Rajendra Prasad. Saha and Bose joined Mukherjee's new college as lecturers in 1916. Between 1917 and 1919, Saha wrote a series of papers on quantum physics and thermodynamics that were published in Philmag and other leading publications in both Britain and India. This got him noticed. Saha married Radharani in 1918, and together they had a happy life. She was known to balance his ambition and willpower with her kindness and hospitality. In 1919, Saha won the Premchand Roychand Scholarship to go to Europe on study leave for 2 years. He headed for Alfred Fowler's famous laboratory in London. And the following year, he went to work in Berlin with Walter Nernst. By 1919, he had begun to develop the theory that would make him famous.
Astronomers wanted to know, what is the sun made of? The early ideas about the sun and the stars due to Eddington, a 19th century physicist, said, look, the earth is made up of heavy elements. Look around us. So sun can't be very different. Sun must also be made up of heavy elements like iron and copper or whatever it is. But we know the sun is mostly made up of hydrogen. How did people come to this conclusion?
What Saha did was, that look, in the laboratory, you see that if you heat up something, it glows, it changes color. And so what immediately it came to his mind, that if it can happen in the laboratory, it can also happen in that star, it can happen to that star, it can happen to the whole world, universe. The idea is that if you excite an atom, then what happens, the electrons are excited to another level, and when they come back, they emit a radiation. But from there, to think that a star's temperature can be calculated by measurement of the line emission, this is just an extraordinary extrapolation.
So he gave this equation which took into account the temperature and pressure inside a stellar body and how that would lead to ionization. In fact, he was the first person to apply quantum theory to stellar objects.
He wrote a paper entitled Ionization in the Solar Chromosphere, and it was published in Philmag in 1920, while he was still in Europe.
There was a young lady in Harvard, Henrietta Leavitt was her name, and she said, let me use Saha's new equations and try to estimate how much hydrogen there is in the sun. Nobody had done that before. She said that nobody else had said that the sun is made up of mostly hydrogen. Her thesis examiner was the high priest of astrophysics in America, Henry Norris Lessell, professor of astrophysics in Princeton University. And then he actually sat down said, I was wrong, we are all wrong, she is right. So sun and the stars are made of hydrogen. And therefore you can see, although Saha's equations were, in a sense, a small extension of the existing theory, quantum theory of atoms, which was emerging due to Bohr and his colleagues and so on. It was not a huge step like Bose took. It was not a huge experimental step like Raman did. But it led to a tremendously profound application in astronomy where precisely this sort of tool was needed to interpret the spectrum of the stars.
He returned to Calcutta in 1921, and his new reputation as an international scientist earned him the Cairo professorship. But by 1923, his requests for grants and funding for new labs and research facilities were rejected, and he decided to leave Calcutta and head for the United Provinces. At Allahabad University, he built a new physics department. In 1927, Saha was made a Fellow of the Royal Society. In 1930, Saha was nominated for a Nobel Prize for his work on stellar ionization. Saha finally took on the role of institution builder that year with the founding of the United Provinces Academy of Sciences. He also joined the IACS in Calcutta, where Raman was still the honorary secretary. Saha returned to Calcutta and his alma mater in 1938 to become the Palit Professor and head up the physics department.
Meghnad came back from Allahabad University as a Palit Professor. At that time, Netaji Subhash Bose became President of Congress. He proposed that India should have a planning commission. So this was set up in 1939 with Jawaharlal Nehru as the chairman. Meghnad was a member, and Meghnad started planning about many things, like atomic energy should be introduced.
He started teaching nuclear physics in 1940, and by 1947 launched the Institute of Nuclear Physics at Calcutta University. After his death, this became known as the Saha Institute of Nuclear Physics. In 1944, he became secretary of IACS, and by 1946 was president and running the whole place. His dream was to make IACS the national academy he had dreamt of.
Up to that point, IACS was a club. Only one faculty, people can freely come and go, but there is no faculty position, no director, no professor position. He said this cannot be an institute. He said he wanted some 20-30 faculty position, a new campus, much bigger one, lot of money and assured government grant.
Saha also realized that the only way he could get change accelerated was by joining politics, and in 1952 he became an independent member of the Indian Parliament. Ironically, his end was as dramatic as his life, as he died of a massive heart attack on the stairs of the planning commission he had helped set up in New Delhi. It was a fitting end, like a Rajasthani warrior of old.
He taught us how to keep your head high and keep fighting, so that the fundamental research, basic research is done in the country in a good way.
And what a life he had. Every student of astrophysics studies the Saha equation in their first year. Today, both the Indian Association for the Cultivation of Science and the Saha Nuclear Institute are two of India's finest research centres, working on international projects as diverse as the Higgs boson, nanomaterial sciences, advanced space research and communications. On his passing, D.S. Kothari said of Saha, "The life of Saha was in a sense an integral part of the growth of scientific research and progress in India, and the effect of his views and personality would be felt for a long time to come in almost every aspect of science activity in the country. His dedication to science will long remain an inspiration and an example." What did the quantum Indians give us? Bose gave us the Bose-Einstein statistics and condensates, and all bosons were named after him. Raman gave us the Raman effect, and India's first and only Nobel Prize for Science. His genius and leadership helped shape some of India's leading institutions and scientists. Saha not only revolutionized astrophysics, but also built a substantial part of India's science infrastructure in its early days after independence. India seems to have lost its love affair with basic science and research, as technologies and engineering were urgently needed for development and progress. But today, things are turning around as India emerges as a global power. The universities and scientific institutions are once again working together, and Indian scientists are collaborating and publishing all over the world. We are seeing many giant leaps forward in material and nanosciences, astrophysics, space research, cosmology, pharmaceuticals and medicine. So, what can we learn from Bose, Raman and Saha today? Bose said, "Never accept an idea as long as you yourself are not satisfied with its consistency and logical structure on which the concepts are based." Saha said, "Scientists are often accused of living in the ivory tower and not troubling their mind with realities. But science and technology are as important for administration nowadays as law and order. I wanted to be of some use to the country in my own humble way." And Raman was characteristic in his own way.
No, but I think the chief thing is to take some pleasure in your work. Personally, I myself, I say that our salvation is in our own hands. If we in this country make up our mind to go through something, we'll find something to do and we shall certainly get a place in the stimulus is very needed. See, stimulus is sometimes they say it is not of mutual admiration. To a certain extent, criticism, even hostility, provided not carried too far, is good for a man.
There is a surplus in man, which makes man different from all other animals. Man is the first animal who is known to have created things. Man is the first animal who have realized that there is a whole wide world around us. And man wants to know. So God knows what is coming next. It's just going to widen our horizons and widen our horizons
It was a fascinating and amazing movie, and I hope you all enjoyed it, though we faced a lot of technical issues in between. Let's do something interesting. What about a quiz?
I think it's a good idea. Okay, fret not. It'll be a short one and it'll be related to the movie that you have seen over here. So the quiz will be conducted on a platform called Quizzes, and we will be providing you with the code that you will all join with.
Please raise your hands if you have any technical issues in between. The coordinators are there.
The website is quizzz.com. You can all open it in your browsers.
शेयर करना पड़ेगा ना किधर आ जाए
The game code is, I guess, everyone can see it on the screens. I request everyone to please join the quiz with the game code. And please join with your full names so that we can take your names for the certificates that we'll provide after this. The quiz will be started in 3 to 4 minutes.
Everyone, please join with your names or else you will be disqualified. Please join with your names.
हटा दूंगा यहाँ पे भी आ रहे हैं भाई बोर हो गए हमें जाने दो
एक बार वो बोल
दो स्टार्ट कर रहे हैं बोल दो
I believe most of you have joined this. We are starting with the quiz.
मैं गलत दे रहा हूँ ना आंसर्स। अरे मेन स्क्रीन लाने के लिए तो देखना ही पड़ेगा ना। बिना क्वेश्चन पढ़े कर रहा हूँ मैं तो। तरुण 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 शर्मा कौन है तरुण? चलो एक रिडेम्पशन क्यों दे रहे हो मेरे को?
As soon as we completed the game, we will get the winners.
We'll be ending the quiz in 1 minute. So please, everyone, submit their questions after. 1 minute is over. We are ending the quiz. So first, Sehet Singh, congratulations. Second is Nikita Verma, and third, Tarun Sharma. The top 3 participants will be getting their certificates. And thank you to everyone who has joined the quiz. We'll be moving on with the second part of this event, that is the budding scientist, in a few minutes. I'm requesting everyone to not leave. HOI ma'am is coming. Okay. Thank you, HOI ma'am, Sunita Ratan ma'am, Professor Sunita Ratan, to grace us with your presence. We'll start with our second part of event now.
So, to all my fellow budding scientists, we all have a common dream to make real positive impact on the world. We want to cure diseases, solve environmental crises, and explore our universe. And we can do all of this with science. Science is the process of understanding our universe through experiments and observation. It is the foundation of all technological advances, and it has the potential to improve our life in countless ways. After the successful completion of Sci-Fari conducted by Google Blitz Club, we decided to take it to the next level.
The event is basically all the students that have given their entries. They've explained one of the ideas, an innovative idea that they think can be real after a few years, or in that time frame. We have gotten more than 20 entries, and we have selected 5, the best of those. Before showing these 5 and introducing our judges, I would like to ask Professor Sunita Ratan to give us 2 words.
Yes, a very good afternoon to all the students. I think it's the day for you. It's the National Science Day. Right from your 10th or 8th onwards, you are studying science, reading science, wanted to go into science. So this is the day. You celebrate many days, like Valentine's Day, you celebrate other days also. But I think the journey you are leading, the journey you are in, that is science. So today is the day. You should celebrate it as a science day with great enthusiasm. When we say Science Day, what does that mean? This means that the thoughts, we should be a scientist in thoughts, we should be scientists in our actions, We should be scientists in our curiosity, right? So science is not that what we read in the books. Science is not that what we do when we are sitting in the class and the teachers are telling us. Science is our thinking process, what we are thinking. The thinking should be scientist. For example, if we are seeing something and we are curious enough to know why this is happening, I think that's a science. That is the curiosity is the science, right? So today's, though we are having a number of events which are happening throughout the university in 4 tracks, number of institutions are already conducting a number of guest lectures. Inaugural session was there. I hope you have enjoyed the inaugural session. But now this is a session which is kept for the students because we want to know what innovation our students can do, what ideas they can have. Because students have got very fertile minds. They have got that out-of-box thinking. So we are here to listen to you that what out-of-box thinking you're going to present. And all the best. And let's see what the students have got. Happy Science Day to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, HY ma'am. I'll start with introducing our judges. We have three great teachers in Amity as our judges right now. First one is Professor Suresh Chandra. Then next we have Professor Sangeeta Tiwari, sorry ma'am. And last but not least, Professor R.S. Pandey. All our judges will be judging on the basis of innovation, understanding, and feasibility of the ideas that our contestants, the people who have sent their videos, have given. So let's not waste any moment and start with those videos. First, we have
Rishi Raj from BSc Chemistry. He will be representing HAC, Hydro Air Condensers.
Everyone. I am Rishi Raj of BSc Chemistry Honours, first year, second semester. Today I brought the idea of hydro air condenser. I named it HAC, H-A-C, Hydro Air Condenser. So I made this project during my school days. And I thought that this was the perfect idea, innovative idea for the National Science Day. So I brought this. And I have all done my research and everything, documents, which will submit it tomorrow. So my aim is that the goal of this senior design project is to design and prototype an atmospheric water generator, a device which produces drinkable water from humid air. Basically, I am just producing हवा से पानी बना रहा हूँ. So the following report explores the feasibility of the proposed design as well as specifying components of the design. And this prototype is in the working condition and is capable of producing to 200 to 400 ml of water per day according to the area or depend upon the scalability of it, with significant potential for improvement. But it can produce more amount of water in areas with high humidity of air. However, my hack is mainly designed as a solution in rural areas and areas with contaminated water, where a hack would be very beneficial as it provides the uncontaminated water in rural areas. So, talking about the current scenario, water shortage has become the most prevalent problem in many countries. That makes it difficult to obtain water sources for drinking or other purposes. By condensing the water vapor present in air, this project presents a method to generate a water condensation system based on the Peltier effect. The cooling compression hydro air condenser system generates fresh drinking water by extracting water from the humid air by using the cooling condensation process. So talking about the thermoelectric cooler or the Peltier cooler, which works on the principle of reverse seeback effect, which when provided with voltage create one side get hot and the other side get too cold, leaving the cold side below the dew point, which generates water droplets. The hot side is attached to a heat sink so as to remain at the ambient temperature. And another method could be that a compressor circulates refrigerant through a condenser and cools the air surrounding it, bringing the temperature below the dew point and causing the water to condense. And this is the prototype that is in working condition. And for making that prototype, I used some like computer fan, heat sink, container, wires, a Peltier device, a Peltier plate, so a 12 volt DC 5 ampere adapter, thermo compound, tap, and other expenses. So totally overall, it costed me around 2000 to make this small prototype. And this, then talking about the scientific principle involved here, that is the Peltier effect. So Peltier effect is a theory that claims a heating or cooling effect which occurs when electric current passes through two conductors. A voltage applied to the free ends of two dissimilar materials creates a temperature difference. And with this temperature difference, Peltier cooling will cause effect to move from one part to other. A typical thermoelectric cooler will consist of an array of p-type and an n-type. So these are the two dissimilar conductors, and that is soldered between two ceramic plates. Talking about the Peltier plate, between two ceramic plates, p-type and n-type. Electrically they are connected in series and thermally in parallel. As a DC current passes through one or more pairs of elements from N to P, there is a decrease in temperature between the junction, so resulting in the absorption of heat from the environment. The heat is carried through the cooler by the electron transport and released on the opposite side, that is on the hot side, and moved from high energy to low energy state. Thus the air pushed into the cold side consists of water vapor, and that which further leads to condensation of the water vapor into liquid potable water. So this was the basic principle involved, that is the Peltier effect. And the performance is directly proportional to the amount of water vapor present in the humid air. The more it is humidity in air, the more amount of water is condensed, and less amount of energy is required to condense 1 unit of water. So let's talk about the applications. There are hardly any chance to refuse that this device is, because it is a portable, simple design and endurance capability. So my hack is the device which can be implemented for extreme situations during the flood times, in rural areas, in desert areas. It has great advantages as it works like a renewable source of atmosphere water and doesn't need a heavy power source. Many companies like Watermaker India Limited, Aero Water are making such devices, but they are very rare in India. And they are very costly, and my device is cost effective. So it is not very common in India, but it can be implemented in humid areas where it can produce enough water and help the people around there, such as in Chennai, Mumbai, Kolkata, where the water is a matter of crisis. Our project can be helpful in such areas. So this was my hack, hydro air condenser. I think you all understood the basic principle involved here. That is the Peltier effect. Just a small effect, and as such was brought such innovative idea. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rishiraj. Rishiraj is with us. If any of the judges have any questions, he can ask them. They can ask him.
Hello. Rishi, do you have any related pictures what you have made?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you show it?
So when the fresh air goes there, so because of the condensation process below the dew point, that the air was condensed and the water droplets were produced. So according to the results, when I left it for 2 hours, it produces enough water of 1/6 of the picos free.
And the efficiency remains constant or it changes with time?
It changes with time.
So
Well, it needs improvement. It's just a basic.
because and how much area it works on? How means it is taking water from moisture from the atmosphere. So how much area? Because after taking
it would go on a large scale.
any effect about the critical temperature also? If you change the state of the water to gas to this, there is a temperature like a critical temperature. Have you idea about the critical temperature?
The main aim was to produce the uncontaminated water from the humidity.
Have you tested the water? What is also?
Yes, when it was produced, when we left it for 2 years, it was just a small product, so we produced around 1.6 or
What about the purity of the water? Purity of the water?
That's
Condensation means purity of water. Maybe but how to reach the dew point? How to attain the dew point? You said that there is a dew point.
Peltier plate, Peltier effect.
But it will be affected by the atmosphere. You have to change the temperature.
When I use the Peltier plate, so once it gets too hot, I'm just using that once it gets too cold, I'm using that to process the condensation.
I find is that there is atmosphere and you have to have some different temperature. How to reach it? How to reach the temperature which is different from the atmosphere?
Yes, it is main drawbacks right now.
Okay, this is main drawback. And one more point. You said that this is the cost effective.
Yes, sir.
And you have not made any estimate. You have made the estimate. Okay. These are the estimate that it will be in terms of the rupees you have given. Yes. So, but how you calculated this? Because it has to be compared. No, it is to be compared. If it is the cost effective, actual cost is to be given.
So they're making on devices on a large scale. So they are using
whatever be the scale, but per device you have to make the calculations, and then according to your method, it should come less. So what is the estimate there?
So they're on a large scale. I just made it on a small scale. That
large scale means we are producing so many equipments. So per equipment there will be some cost.
Yes, sir.
And your cost will be coming something else.
Yes, sir.
And that should come less than that. That estimation we want to know.
So it's only 2,000 right now. I'm not compared with the other devices right now. But
same, wherever you are saying cost effective.
It's only 2,000. That's why I just use that materials.
I think more questions we can take later because there are 5 of them, So good. And my only suggestion is that when you present all these things, you should have made presentation. Like these are the slides. Put slides hoti to everybody could have enjoyed.
I was asked to give for a video only.
In video also you can show the slides.
Okay. Next time I will do.
Good. Improving the quality of your video.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
So thank you, Rishiraj. After him, we have
the next participant is Nandana Jayanand from BSc Physics. Her idea is maximum solar energy consumption.
Respected dignitaries on dais, I am here to present my idea where we have the maximum consumption of solar energy. So, how a solar panel works? The photons or the solar energy is converted into electric energy and it is used in our household. Back in days, my parents planned to install a solar panel in our house, and I got to know that these are installed in the rooftop and they are stationary. And from there, I got with an idea. So from there I got some kind of numerical values, like there are 2 kilowatt of energy that is produced from a solar panel, around 0.7 kilowatt volt of energy is produced by a solar cell. That much of energy is not required for running a household. So the remaining energy is given to electricity board, and this is commercially useful as we are getting money from the electricity board at the same amount that we are paying them. And so if we are installing or attaching a light motion sensor, we are having maximum consumption of solar energy from day to the throughout the day, from as the sun is rising from east to west. The solar panel will be moving in 180 degree. So we are having maximum consumption of energy throughout the day. So this is more attractive as a commercial base, and we are generating more amount of energy. This could be
the judges can ask any questions if they have. Nandana is right here.
Basic idea.
So we are using a solar motion or light motion sensor which is attached to the solar panel, which is actually moving in the 180 degree. As it's detecting the the sun, the light from it, it's moving 180 degrees. So we are having maximum consumption of solar energy throughout the day. That is the basic idea. Yeah, the panel moves. Usually the solar panels that are installed on the rooftops are stationary. So if we are making it movable, then we are getting the maximum consumption of solar energy, as it is always landed to a side. So we are getting the consumption only for 3 hours or something. We are getting the maximum consumption. If we are moving it 180 degree, we are getting the consumption throughout the day whenever the sun is there. No, I haven't done any practical stuff. It's just I got it like a few days back and I got it.
Do you have any estimation how much energy you will use for the movement?
For the movement.
You are moving the panel throughout the day. So
We will be using the energy from
using some energy.
Yeah.
So what is the estimation for that energy? And how much you are energy producing?
We are almost producing around 8 kilowatt of energy. We hardly need 5 kilowatt of energy for a day. So around 2 kilowatt of energy could be sent to the electricity board, and 1 kilowatt of energy could be used for the movement of solar panel maximum. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
Means a part of that energy will be utilized, but you should have some experiment, something to show some data, something. So
come with the data that this much energy will be used for the movement of the panel, right? Because you are using throughout the day.
At least one single experiment you could have done. So otherwise, if it is only a theory,
Okay.
possibility. So no data you have.
No, I haven't collected.
Okay.
One more point, do you have some idea that the length of the day is not equal? It may be different in the winter than the summer.
Yeah. I am living in Kerala, so we have the maximum consumption of solar energy throughout almost 6-7 months, and only in the monsoon season we are not having the maximum solar energy. So this was something that I thought of having in my own places, and something like this would be initiated if I wanted. Like there is a society called near our Residential Association, and I could actually talk and we could make something out of it.
Like you are claiming that because of the motion you are having more solar energy.
Yeah.
So you should present some data, like if it is still what amount of solar
around one panel could produce 0.7 volt of energy. We need 28 solar panel for having 8 kilowatt of energy. Right at the moment it is creating 5 kilowatt of energy.
It's okay, but since you don't have any data, so yeah, thank you. Okay, thank you.
Moving on to our next participant, Deepika from B Stats. She will be representing SEO statistics.
Hello everyone, I'm Deepika from B Statistics, and today I'm going to tell you about SEO and statistical analysis on SEO and how it is significant for all of us. So the very first question which comes in our mind is, what is SEO? SEO refers to search engine optimization. It includes working of search engines and computer programmed algorithms which affect search engine behavior, and it plays significant role in internet marketing, as SEO is one of the leading marketing strategies for organic website traffic. So now, what is a search engine? We all have heard of this quite common quote, like when we have to search online, then others says just Google it, right? We can see Google plays significant role in our daily life. Today there are many search engines like Google in service for us, daily updating. For example, Firefox, Microsoft Edge, Yahoo, etc. Search engines are an online method used for finding website on internet. When we search for a website or any keyword, it searches in its own SEO database and arranges them in an ordered list by using algorithm. We have all observed about whenever we have to search something, we just go on that search bar and put some keywords in that, and then we get a SERP, search engine result page, which ranks some website according to our search and previous search history also, like how relevant the website and how genuine, authentic the website is according to our search, right? So now, what is SEO data? SEO data is a kind of information with wide number of different parameters like page speed, organic traffic amount, website visit, backlinks, keywords, etc. This data is the foundation block for making marketing strategies and vital for decision making. Also, this data solves ranking and priority issues in search engines. So the next thing is, what is statistical analysis on SEO? It refers to quantitative data analysis method which use SEO data to make it accessible to observe and interpret by assigning a measurability parameter. Both descriptive and inferential statistics can be used in this SEO purpose, like frequency representation, trend, hypothesis, regression analysis, etc. So now, what are the benefits of SEO? From user perspective, first off, SEO improves user experience by giving customers what they want when they make the search. Second, user trust search engines. Like we all know, we trust Google, right? Whenever we want something to search, whenever we have something to search, we just Google it without having any insecurity, like what if it is wrong or something. Okay, so it is just because of positive user behavior are key to build trust in them. So now, how it is significant in online business industry, and how it is significant for new entrepreneurs, new startup businesses, and some small local businesses. So SEO puts you ahead of the competition. SEO increases brand visibility, and SEO builds brand credibility and trust. So, and there are many more benefits other than this. So this not so known technology, SEO technology, is significant for us on an everyday note, and directly and indirectly it controls our choices over the online platform. So the accuracy of statistical analysis for SEO should be maintained for goodwill of online users as well as online business industry and new entrepreneurs, new startup businesses, and small local businesses. Thank you.
Any questions from the judges?
Have you developed some SEO and you have used it also?
No, ma'am, it's about the concept of using smart statistical analysis on SEO data. Like nowadays, digital data is one of the important thing. Like even more than the money.
The data and analyze, because we are not from statistics, so that is
Yes.
why we want you to make it
Ma'am,
more clear.
Yes,
Yeah, please.
yes, ma'am. जैसे इसके दो benefits हैं. Like for entrepreneurs and small local businesses,
No,
it can.
I have understood that to whom it is useful, but little bit more about the concept. Only 2 lines if you want to make it more clear.
So SEO is of two type: on-page SEO and off-page SEO. In on-page SEO, it is more about in terms of good content and technical aspects like HTML source code, backlinks, and meta tag schema, etc. But off-page SEO is about advertisement, social marketing, and it's all about marketing. It's a leading marketing strategy. So like आज की डेट में हम सबके साथ कभी ना कभी या फिर हमारे किसी नोन के साथ स्कैम हुआ होता है, राइट? तो फॉर अस इट इज इम्पोर्टेंट टू नो द इम्पोर्टेंस ऑफ दिस कंसेप्ट. लाइक हमें पता नहीं है, हम अनअवेयर हैं. लाइक मैंने जैसे बोला वीडियो में, इट इज नॉट सो नोन कंसेप्ट. सो हमारे साथ क्या होता है, एक छोटा सा एग्जांपल बताती हूँ. जैसे हम गूगल, सपोज हमें कस्टमर केयर को नंबर ढूंढना है हमें, और हम गूगल करते हैं और हमें जेन्युइन वेबसाइट दिखती है, क्योंकि स्कैमर्स जो होते हैं वो एसईओ डेटा को मैनिपुलेट करके अपना वेबसाइट को सबसे ऊपर प्लेस कर देते हैं. जस्ट बिकॉज हम में से सबको ये नॉलेज नहीं है. लाइक जो डेवलपर्स हैं उनको भी इस बारे में इतना नॉलेज है ही नहीं, तो वो अपने जेन्युइन वेबसाइट ऊपर हमें शो कर देते हैं. एंड देन जब हम जेन्युइन समझ के उसको क्लिक करते हैं, देन हमारे से स्कैम हो जाते हैं, हमारे बैंक अकाउंट खाली हो जाते हैं. और ऑनलाइन शॉपिंग, फेक वेबसाइट, ये सब हमारे साथ बहुत होते हैं. लाइक फॉर अस इट इज ऑल्सो इम्पॉर्टेंट, एंड स्टार्टअप स्मॉल बिजनेस के लिए भी इम्पॉर्टेंट है. लाइक हमें स्मार्ट स्टैटिस्टिकल एनालिसिस कैसे हम अप्लाई कर सकते हैं इस एसईओ डेटा पे. तो इट्स ऑल अबाउट द कंसेप्ट.
It's totally a new concept, or any publication or something available on this?
नो मैम, एक्चुअली इस पे मैंने खुद रिसर्च करा था. कोई भी रिसर्च पेपर नहीं है एसईओ स्टैटिस्टिक्स से रिलेटेड. आई रिसर्च अबाउट इट, लाइक कि हम क्या क्या मतलब स्टैटिस्टिक्स के टूल्स इस पे अप्लाई कर सकते हैं. जैसे मैंने बताया, डिस्क्रिप्टिव स्टैटिस्टिक्स एंड इन्फ्लुएंशियल स्टैटिस्टिक्स. यस मैम, बट इट्स the totally like it's totally about my original work. Yes ma'am. Yes sir. Yes sir. So it's about the like what tool we are using on it. Like so I have presentation, a case study. I will show you.
But don't take much time, please. Only 1 minute.
अच्छा मैम, मैं ऐसे समझाती हूँ.
हाँ, ऐसे बोलो.
लाइक मैम, हम स्टैटिस्टिक्स में टेस्टिंग ऑफ हाइपोथेसिस करते हैं. तो हम पहले एक नल हाइपोथेसिस कंसीडर करके चलते हैं कि जैसे लाइक बिजनेसेस में हम कंसीडर करके चल रहे हैं कि हमारी वेबसाइट पे इतने नंबर्स ऑफ क्लिक्स आएंगे. एंड हम जब डेटा को एनालाइज करते हैं, यूजर बिहेवियर को, और कौन से सोर्स से वो यूजर आ रहा है, हम जब उसके बीच में एसोसिएशन वगैरह ढूंढ सकते हैं विद द यूज ऑफ स्टैटिस्टिक्स, एंड प्रेडिक्शन कर सकते हैं. एंड इसकी हेल्प से कंपनीज, वेबसाइट्स कैन ग्रो मोर.
सर ये तो यूज के ऊपर है कि कौन कैसे उस डेटा को यूज कर रहा है. सर लाइक everybody is not expert in the industry, right? So there are tools like Google Analytic tool for SEO marketing. बहुत tools हैं ऐसे जो इन सब में use होते हैं.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Our next participant is Sankalp Jain from MSc Physics. He will be representing 3D hologram projections.
PPT edit करनी है. बस एक स्लाइड नीचे करनी है. हाँ तो वो करना है. अच्छा मेरे को एक बनना चाहिए माइक मेरे को उठा के लेके जाना. मैं ऐसे नहीं जवाब दे पाऊंगा. Sir, I want a mic, sir. Mic. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. This is my
Hologram is always three-dimensional.
Yes, sir. So that's what I am correct. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sankalp Jain, and I am from Applied Physics. Respected HOI ma'am and judges and my all dear colleagues. Today, my topic for the idea is about 3D hologram projection in air. Basically, it will. We have seen in the movies and the sci-fis that how the hologram is done in air. I'll be using this concept and making it. So what's this idea all about? If you guys are comfortable, can I explain it in Hindi because I'm just too bad in speaking English. It's not like that I'm too bad, but I just feel comfortable in speaking in Hindi and explaining this stuff. So the idea is all about how I can make a 3D hologram standing over here with the help of electro lasers. Basically, अभी के टाइम पे जो हम लोग टेक्नोलॉजी यूज कर रहे हैं उसमें 2 एक्सिस की जरूरत पड़ती है, 3 एक्सिस की जरूरत पड़ती है बेसिकली अगर हमें कोई होलोग्राम जनरेट करना है, एक्स, वाई और जेड. लेकिन मेरे जो टर्म्स है, जो मैं एक ही लेजर को मैं एक ही पॉइंट ऑफ एक्सिस से फायर कर सकता हूँ. मैंने जो आइडिया जो सोचा उसमें मैं सिर्फ एक ही पॉइंट से फायर करूंगा, बेसिकली जस्ट फ्रॉम द ग्राउंड, एंड आई कैन जनरेट अ होलोग्राम विद इट. So I'll be using a technique called plasma electroplasma, in which कि मैंने एक लेजर लूंगा जिस लेजर से जो आयनाइज कर देगा एयर को. और एज वी नो कि जब एयर आयनाइज होती है तो लाइट एमिशन करती है, तो जिसकी वजह से, और आई विल बी टेकिंग अ वेरिएबल फोकल लेंथ, जिसकी मतलब मैं अपने हिसाब से मैं उसके फोकल लेंथ को वेरिएट करवा सकूं ड्यू टू अ सर्टेन डिस्टेंस. उसका फायदा ये होगा कि मेरे को एक जेड एक्सिस मिल जाएगा. मेरे को उसमें लेंथ और ब्रेथ तो मैं उसको आगे पीछे मूवमेंट करवा सकता हूं, लेकिन मेरे को जेड एक्सिस चाहिए, तो मैं उस फोकल लेंथ वेरिएशन से मैं उसमें जेड एक्सिस ले सकता हूं. सो फाइनली अगर इस रूबिक्स क्यूब को देखूं तो इस पॉइंट से अगर मैं फायर करवाऊंगा तो मेरे को इस पॉइंट पे भी चाहिए, तो मैं यहाँ से फोकल लेंथ वेरिएशन करवा के इस पॉइंट में भी आयनाइज करवा सकता हूँ और इस पॉइंट पे भी. और बेसिकली और जो इसका जो 2D फिगर रहेगा, 2D फिगर को तो मैं लेजर को बस ऐसे 2 डायमेंशन में मूवमेंट करवा सकता हूँ. तो बेसिकली कॉन्सेप्ट ये है कि मैं एयर में प्लाज्मा जनरेशन करवाऊंगा और उससे
इंटरैक्टिव होलोग्राम बनाऊंगा जिसको हम लोग टच भी कर सकते हैं और वाया दिस वेरिएबल फोकल लेंथ. That's all.
So it is just idea or you have.
So I have been researching about it for past 2 months. Therefore, I have just came with it. The current technology which are using, they are using the intersecting the planes of two lasers. They are using the two lasers from two axes and they are intersecting the planes at a particular point. But I will be using a single laser in which I will be variabilizing the focal length of a lens. Due to which I can generate plasma and it will be just visible from.
How can you produce the plasma by the laser?
Sir, the laser required to generate plasma in air should be the enough should be of enough energy to ionize the air.
That ionization is not a sufficient condition for the plasma. The ionization of gas is not a sufficient condition for the plasma. There are some certain conditions that is a plasma. In a tube light, there is ionized gas, but this is not a plasma.
Yes. So basically, sir, I will be the correct term would be that I will be the ionizing the air. But at a particular point, it will be a particular point.
But until and unless you don't show it,
Yeah.
How can you say that your idea is working? Have you seen that? Is it working or not?
Sir, ma'am, I just need 3 things to make it work. First things is first is the computer related to I will be programming the lens according to my will of the adjusting focal length and the lens itself and the laser which is high which have the energy to ionize the air molecules which have so I will be just needing the 3 equipments and I can show it to you that how I will be making.
What benefits your idea will have over the existing one?
Yeah, the benefits of this idea will be in the education sector. First things, in the education sectors that we will be able to visualize things which are very hard for the traditional teaching methods to make student visualize. And in the medical sector as well. And apart from medical, there are entertainment, advertisement, and every other defense and every other thing.
I think everything you are taking granted.
Yes, sir.
You are taking everything that whatever you will do, it will be done. Everything is granted.
No, sir, I'm not taking it granted, sir.
So you are sending the laser.
Yeah.
And you are creating the plasma. That's all.
Yeah.
But plasma, as Professor Pandey said, that needs some conditions to be satisfied.
Yeah, but
so
sir,
how are you testing those conditions?
Yeah, I understand, sir, but I need to do some experiment regarding this. I have been just researching about it on the net and Googles and every other stuff for past 2 months, and I have seen the scientists around those have done kind of these, but they weren't able to successfully, but they were able to make a vector on air.
No, if it is not your idea, you cannot succeed.
Sir,
because if it is available on the Google,
yes, sir.
Then because the Raman got the idea.
Yes, sir.
And he just developed in that idea. We need something novel.
Yeah, I understand, sir.
Don't search on the Google.
No, sir. I was just searching about the interaction between the lasers at particular point. So from that, they were
you
like
have only single laser.
Yeah, I just came with the single laser.
Lasers.
Yeah, I just came with the single laser. They were just interacting this laser at a singular 1 point, 3 dimension from 1 point, and they were making, and the laser was making a point in thin air. So I was able to see, okay, if the 3 lasers can do, why can't a 1 laser can do? And if we just change the focal length of the laser at a particular point, then we will get a axis, and if we can just rotate in a plane, that we will get all the 3 dimensions, and we will just need.
Okay.
Sir,
Can you elaborate exactly how it will be different from the 3D printing technology and how you are going to catch the phase information? That is the key idea. Do you have any idea how you are going to catch the phase information? Yeah.
Sir, how it will be from 3D printing?
Holograms, you need the phase information. That is going to give you the depth.
Yeah.
That is where we can't see. So in this method, will you be able to catch the phase? That is the key idea. How? Because without taking two lasers and picking the pixels, how will you do that with single laser?
Sir, I was just explaining that
Short
only.
answer.
I will be just taking a position in a space. For example, I will be taking a XYZ position in space. I'll be taking a XYZ position in a space, and with the help of that variable focus, and with the help of that variable, I will be variabilizing that focal length of a laser.
I got it. You want to make the movable lens and changing the focal distance.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Nice idea.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, very good.
Thank you, Sankalp. Next, we have Prashant Shah from B Stats.
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. So at the beginning of when I joined MIT and the Department of Statistics, the first topic which we were taught was correlation. So and in the terms of talking about correlation, when I was searching on different types of correlation between two items and two things, one bizarre correlation came out that weather and prosperity was one of the bizarre correlation that I found out. What I mean by this is, one of the most bizarre correlation was why colder countries are more developed than the hotter countries. It's not like we can't see it. We just, if we are just talking about different kinds of economies in the world, most of the advanced economies that are Germany, Switzerland, Norway, and Sweden, these are all cold climate countries. And the underdeveloped countries that are Sub-Saharan Africa, Central America, Middle East, and Southeast Asia, they are all one of the most hottest countries in the world. In the picture, I have shown that I have drawn a tropical region, and above the tropical region, these are the countries which are colder countries, and they are more developed. Their economies have been more flourished than that of the countries which are lying in the tropical region. So what I mean is, the countries which are colder countries are more richer than the countries that are hotter countries. So if going into depth of this, like if my hypothesis is correct, if my theory is correct, let's take an example of a country itself, that is Australia. So we all know that in Australia, let's take two cities, for example, Sydney and Canberra. So we know that these two cities are very much developed. These two cities are very much cold cities. But logically speaking, Darwin is the city in Australia which is in the topmost, which lies in the tropical region. Darwin is the city which has the maximum mineral resources. Like Australia is popular for exporting irons, and Darwin is the main place where iron extraction is done. So if we are talking logically, then Darwin should be the most developed capital city of Australia. Capital city means state-wise capital city. So Darwin should be the most developed city of Australia, but the reality is actually opposite. Sydney and Canberra, which are the colder cities, are more developed than Darwin. Even though Darwin is the main export center, which exports minerals to their major importing countries that are China and Malaysia, although Darwin is poorer. So if also we are taking this hypothesis or our theory in a country wise, we are seeing that yes, colder cities or colder countries are more developed than the countries which are hotter. So if we are taking our hypothesis that colder countries are richer than hotter countries, so let us take this as an, if we are taking on a data basis. So if I am taking a data basis, what I found out was, if I increase the temperature of any country by 1 degree Celsius, the GDP directly falls out by minus $762 per year, which means that if a country A is 10 degree colder than country B, it is expected to have a GDP per capita $7,620 a year larger. So now if talking about data, let's plot a regression. Regression is simple regression analysis. And if you are plotting a simple regression analysis, then what we found about R square is that the R square between these two data is 0.09. In talking about plain English, what R square is that if we are given two variables, X and Y, and if we are trying to find out the relationship between these two variables, X and Y, then R square gives us that how much percentage these two variables can be correlated with each other, neglecting other variables, Z, A, B, etc. So in this case, our R square is 0.09, which means that 9% of countries' prosperity is determined by its temperature, and other 91% would be made up of things like natural resources, infrastructure, political instability, etc. But 9% is itself a significant amount in terms of economics. So right now we are giving, so in statistics, before accepting our hypothesis, we have to go through different kinds of problems, like what problems can be performed, what problems can be created in terms if we are creating an hypothesis or a theory. So for this, there are two potential problems, that are outliers and the cause and effect relationship. So let us see about some outliers. What are the outliers that are not fitting in our theory? The first one is UAE, Qatar, Bahrain, and Singapore. Although these are hot countries, but they are extremely developed. So in talking about these countries, UAE, Qatar, and Bahrain, as we know that these countries are extremely, these are been God gifted by natural resources, that is oils. So yes, some outliers we are clearly defining the outliers, that yes, because of this reason, these are the outliers. And talking about Singapore, Singapore is a perfect example of outlier. We can't explain, we can take it as an outlier itself. Now, the second outlier is North Korea. North Korea is very cold country, but a poor country as well. So it's obviously because of its political instability. So after addressing outlier, we see that there are the reasons why these outliers is coming. So we have just figured out the outlier, that yes, our theory has been neutral to outliers, because outliers are defining something. Now the second problem is in cause and effect relationship. So before cause and effect relationship, I will describe a term called spurious correlation. Like what I mean by spurious correlation is, there are many things in this world which are constantly happening. For example, if we are talking about correlation, then the sale of ice cream is highly correlated with drowning of persons, right? This is a correlation. If you are checking more data, we will find out that the sale of ice cream is highly correlated with the drowning of people. It shows that just because something lines up, like we can say now that this thing is not, this doesn't make any sense. Like how can some person who is eating an ice cream can get drawn into sea or while swimming, etc. So it just says that spurious correlation just says that it doesn't mean that if two things are going likewise or going positive or negative, that these two things are always correlated. So there is a dilemma, that is our correlation between temperature and prosperity, that hotter countries are poorer than colder countries. Is it a spurious correlation? Like, is it just a chance wise? So the answer is no. Why? Because in spurious correlation, there is a factor that, for example, in our ice cream case, there was an external factor. Please wind up,
you are taking too much time.
Yes,
please try to finish it fast.
Yeah. So in ice cream case, there was an external factor, that was summer. But in our case, there is not an external factor which is involving between the temperature and weather. Sorry, temperature and prosperity of a country. So obviously our hypothesis is correct according to the outlier and according to the cause and effect relationship as well. So why this is happening? If I'm talking about the colder countries and hotter countries, in the colder countries, what happens is that the people and the civilization has to work when they go to their homes. Like they have to collect woods, they have to make a better housing to survive, right? And in hotter countries, they don't need a perfect architecture. Just a simple mud house can make their life sustainable. And for food, they can just hunt and they can spend their livelihood. But for colder regions, people has to be industrious. If they aren't industrious, they will get wiped off. So what happened was in 2000 years ago, if we're talking about the Egyptian civilization, the Indian civilization, etc., that this correlation was exactly opposite. Like the countries which were hotter were more developed, because at that time agriculture industry was the main industry, and the countries which were flourishing in agriculture were the region economies. That's why Egyptian culture, then after Indian culture, Mesopotamia culture were more developed. But in modern world, the countries, the main industry is a tech industry, and because of this, the countries which are hotter, the people became less industrious.
Please come to the conclusion.
Yeah, and so that's it, and that's why this thing is.
Your name is Prashant, no?
Yes, ma'am. Prashant.
Prashant, I only want to know what is the significance of your study, because you are relating weather with development. So weather is not changeable. It is not like if we want to develop, we cannot change our weather. So what is this? What is the actual significance of your study?
Ma'am, it's a theory. Like
theory or whatever, you should have, any study should have some significance, how it is going to benefit your science or society or something. So what is the significance? Because we cannot change the weather of any country. So if at all you come to some conclusion that weather is related to development, it is of no use. Can we change the weather of our country? No. So that is why I want to ask, what is the significance? Why you have taken up this study?
Have you any proof about the hypothesis?
Yes, sir, the countries are proof now? Yes, sir, I have plotted the data, and from that I calculated R square is equals to 0.09.
Okay, if we want that our country should be at the top, should we decrease the temperature?
Sorry, sir, can you please repeat?
We want our country, India, to be at the top in the world. So should we decrease the temperature of India?
No, we can't decrease the temperature, but the study...
your theory, how to achieve your theory?
Sir, achievement
the temperature, as Madam said, the temperature cannot be changed, but we want that our country become top.
Sir,
but there should be
some thinking should be relevant.
Some utility of what you are doing. Yes.
Sir, if I'm talking about relevancy in this theory, we can say that since Singapore is Singapore is an outlier, right? So Singapore is a country which is hot, but although it is being prosperous, we can conclude that.
The example of North Korea,
yeah.
Take the South Korea, so much different.
Yeah, so South Korea is a colder country and it is different.
Shant, you picked up a very debatable topic. It is a very old debatable topic, why the Western cold countries are prosperous as compared to we people, isn't it? There are so many theories, and theories are backed up by the statistical tools. What is the novelty that you are going to claim? Because this, once you are able to prove, then it will be a R&D topic, and it will be a highly published content. So, what is your key idea? What you are going to hit? Is it the productivity or the human race who is performing better at colder temperature? What is your key idea? That is what we would like to understand. It is apart from
Sir, my key idea would be the outlier itself, the Singapore. Means even if it is hotter country, means we can take an inspiration from that. Like this data shows that the countries which are hotter has a backslash, right? And because we were in the past, we were a country which were agricultural country, agriculture belonging
Does
to
that mean that you would like to take up the hidden key concept from these outlier countries and try to generalize this?
Yes. So we can say that if Singapore can do this, even we
I
can.
got it. Thank you very much.
We can.
Okay, Prashant, as per your study, can you explain? You are saying colder countries are richer than the hotter countries, and some outliers are also there. But what other things are affecting for that? Because natural resources is the main part that is playing the role in the prosperity of a country. That is a major role. Or how, is it also affecting the thinking of the people or culture or anything else?
Yes, sir. It's affecting the thinking of the people. Like the people who are in colder region, they have become more industrious. They became like if they have to survive, they have to work hard. They have to work on their daily basis. Then only they can survive. But in the countries where the natural resources are means the hotter country, they don't have to work that hard to survive. In comparison to that,
working hard for survive is different thing because that increases the physical strength. Okay, but industries are developing in particular. Suppose you are taking the example of US and European countries. So industries are developing more as compared to Asian countries.
Yes.
Okay, so how it is affecting the thinking of the people? Anyway, these are also a point of thinking and study.
Sir, my topic was why this is happening. Means why one of the factor was. I'm not saying that colder countries are richer. I'm saying that if this is what would have been the factors. Yes.
That the colder countries are more rich.
Yeah, the colder countries have been.
Not Korea.
So that was an outlier. Outlier means that doesn't fall in our hypothesis.
Yeah, that was an
Yeah, it is a kind of assumption. Like it was an exception. Yeah, outlier. Yeah, we can say that outlier is an exception. In statistics world, we call exception as an outlier.
Okay, beta, whatever the jury is telling you, just think, ponder upon it, right? And we like your out of the box thinking, but they are giving you very valuable suggestions. So you look for that, right?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, teachers.
Okay, we want to appreciate all the students. At least they have done some efforts and tried to present very, very nice, very good effort. If you want to develop these ideas, you can take help of some faculty members, and then you can further work on it. Okay, so good, very good.
Thank you.
Need a free time to think about it. Yes, sir. So spend the free time, unbiased manner.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you to all the participants for sharing their ideas. We have calculated the results, and the third position goes to Sankalp Jain. Congratulations, Sankalp. I'm sorry, there is a mistake in there. Third position goes to Nandana. Congratulations, Nandana. Second position goes to Sankalp Jain. Congratulations. And the first is Rishi Raj. I would request all the 5 participants to please come on stage. Our HOI ma'am, all respected HODs, faculties and judges to join us for a photo, please. I would also like to invite my team who has worked really hard to organize this, all the teachers and the student coordinators to please come on stage for a photograph. With this, we have come to the conclusion of the event. Thank you everyone who's present here. Thank you for making this event a success. From our faculty members team to our students, we are very grateful for all of your support. Thank you very much.
I would like to thank all the volunteers, particularly Shivangi and her team, for tirelessly working on this program and making all efforts for this grand success. So thank you once again for all the volunteers, including this Shivangi and any other whom I could not mention. Thank you so much.